Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura, and I'll be your Keeper of the Arcane for tonight. We're doing something a little bit different here at Wyverns and Weirdos. So first up, if you haven't seen it before, we ran a Call of Cthulhu one-shot called The Lightless Beacon, which you can check out on Podbean, iTunes, Spotify, or on YouTube. For YouTube, just look for Wyverns and Weirdos on YouTube. And on our main page, you can scroll to the bottom and check out the one-shots playlist. You don't need to have watched The Lightless Beacon before watching this story, but if you enjoyed this, you might like that one too, and also see a few familiar places and characters and faces. Who knows? We'll see. We're using the Call of Cthulhu system tonight for this adventure. This is a system based off the cosmic horror and otherworldly entities first created by H.P. Lovecraft. While it's common knowledge today that Lovecraft's views, especially on race, were very distasteful even for the time he was around, a lot of Call of Cthulhu RPG these days and surrounded media acknowledge that the unpleasant origins and strive for a better approach and more inclusive setting for everyone. Basically, it keeps the horror and tries to avoid the more real-life yikes stuff. Most games recommend operating in kind of an idealized vintage time frame, or where race and sex and gender and all the other stuff doesn't carry with it the ignorant views of the time. That said, like, there are certain books that also deal with tackling these subjects, especially race. Great books like KOCM, not sponsored, Prince Harlem Unbound, which is a Call of Cthulhu setting and guidebook as well, that specifically covers race and how to handle it sensitively at your table. It even has like 3 levels of what you're comfortable with, and it pretty much is like, you need to really communicate with your players. So just as a little aside, because of Lovecraft, there's some cool cosmic horror. It's always worth acknowledging the not great stuff that it comes from. But yeah, anyway, so Call of Cthulhu is a tabletop role-playing system, which, unlike D&D, has a much lighter focus on combat at its core, and a heavier regard to role-play and investigations. So while not always ordinary, investigators are not mighty warrior elves or powerful sorcerers, usually. They're just average humans put into extraordinary situations, sometimes. You'll see. I'll explain some more rules as we go along, but for now, the most you want to know is that the most skill checks are done with a D100, so a D10 and a 100. And unlike D&D, you kind of want to roll the lowest instead of the highest. So let's say, for example, you have a spot hidden skill check, which is a little bit like investigation in D&D, which you're using to investigate, say, like a crime scene or search a crumbling crypt. Your score on your character sheet could be a 35, for example, which is okay, but not superhuman. So with the D100 system, to succeed easily, you want to roll under that 35. So a 35, meaning it or higher, is a fail, basically. Now, some things, which we'll go into if it comes up, need harder successes to achieve what you want, so the number might be harder to pass. We'll talk more on that later if we have to. But it's usually, basically in Call of Cthulhu, there's stuff like regular pass, a hard pass, and then like an extreme success you need to get. Basically, I think it's a 4th. I'll double check that if we come to it. Of your score, you have to get below, which for some people could be impossible. Another thing to mention as well with skills, everyone playing tonight will have a luck score on their character sheet. So this is a skill that can be depleted. So if you roll and get a bad result, you can add some or even all of your luck points to the roll to maybe make it a success, or maybe just not make it a critical failure, which again, in a D100 system is like 100. So once you use those points, though, you need to deduct them from your luck points pool, so it's a matter of luck to see if you don't get called for a straight luck roll later. One last mention on skills. Call of Cthulhu pre-written adventures, we're playing one tonight, will have some necessary skill checks, but otherwise, if you want to find out more information, much like in D&D, I'll need you all to say what skill you're angling to use, and how you're using it. So whether you succeed or fail is up to the dice, of course, and maybe a bit of luck. At any time, also, except during combat, you can try to push a roll you failed. So this is like one last try with grave consequences if you fail again. So using a really obvious thing like say the floor crumbles beneath you and you fail your check not to fall. You can then push and say you want to, use your strength to grab onto the ledge and haul yourself up. If you succeed, great, you'll do that. It will be a harder, generally pushes will be a harder DC or pass point. But yeah, you might succeed and you might live probably. But if you fail though, and I will tell you, you might fall even harder, adding more damage dice to your fall, and there you will most certainly meet a sticky end or a squishy one. But yeah, there's lots of extra rules to Call of Cthulhu, some of which tonight I'll be using more lightly. So if you like the flavor of this game, please don't take this as a tutorial on how to play. Go check out the KSCM website, not sponsored again. Download some of the free quick start guides, and then go from there. But I hope you enjoy this, and it sparks a curiosity for the unknown that begins your own journey into the abyss. So yeah, well, that's been enough of the intro. Now on to our adventure of the night. So tonight we're playing an adventure from Doors to Darkness, which is sort of a short adventure compilation for beginner keepers. The adventure we're playing is called None More Black, which is published by Chaosium. They basically do all the Call of Cthulhu RPG stuff. So it's set in 1927 in Arkham, Massachusetts, and begins in the Miskatonic University. The investigation into what's happened to a university student, a young, bright second-year student named Walter Resnick, will potentially lead our investigators into unsavory neighborhoods and dark business dealings. Now, one last thing before we start, I'd like you listeners to quickly pause the video or podcast and check the description for our content warning list. If this isn't for you, that's okay. I'd instead recommend checking out our main fantasy D&D campaign, which is a more comedic, still quite dramatic focused adventure dealing with corruption, fantastical creatures, and maybe a little inter-party conflict, drama, and even romance in a homebrew D&D setting, or our Journey Home collection, where we follow core D&D adventures across planes with a bit more of a gothic horror bent in our first adventure. You'll see. Both of these can be found on our main YouTube page in handy little playlists, main campaign and Journey Home, or on Podbean, Spotify, or iTunes. Anyway, for those ready, let's begin. So, our tale first brings us to the office of one Professor Eldon, though it is a newer office than of the past. So, it has been almost a year since that fateful day you decided to board a luxury ship in your homeland of England, which wrecked on a strange island, and you, always interested in the mythological and unusual, had perhaps one of the most unusual incidents of your life so far occur. An encounter with strange creatures and an abandoned lighthouse, which you and the ragtag group of people, investigators from all walks of life that washed ashore with you, managed to fend off with varying levels of success. But most importantly, you were all rescued and escaped with your lives at least. Since then, you settled back more or less to your academic life in Oxford, except with perhaps an even more acute interest for the world beyond. A few months ago, you made the long journey from your homeland to the Americas, an invite via an academic peer of yours named Professor Ferdinand C. Ashley, a slightly younger peer than yourself, who you have written in the past discussing regional folklore and history, and are in good stead with. Professor Ashley arranged for your residency in a city named Arkham in Massachusetts, where you hold a temporary position as a professor in residence and lecturer of folklore and mythology, along with your peers, at the Miskatonic University, a university of some renown even across the waters, though mostly in your circles. It tends to turn over a higher degree of academic papers in the unusual than anywhere else. Now, Darby, would you like to describe your character's appearance and a little bit about him briefly to any listeners who haven't joined us before?
There's probably not much that's changed in Peter's look since last time. So he's at this point he's 39 years old now. So pushing 40. So not particularly young, but not overly old either. Short. dark hair, fair skin, wears a pair of glasses, and he's not as formally dressed as he was on that fateful voyage that crashed upon the island. He now is kind of in more what you would expect as sort of professorial garb, day-to-day garb. So, kind of pale blue shirt, a fairly contemporary 1920s checkered check pattern tie, and a tweed jacket. That I believe about covers.
Excellent. Yeah, and so you're in you're a professor in residence, so you'd have a decently sized office. Do you think there'd be any certain how would you picture his office to be? Again, he's been here for a couple of months, so so getting used to his American peers.
So he'd probably have a fairly well furnished bookcase in the corner, as well as quite a high pile of books at any one time on his desk. If you were to look through the spines, there's a lot of stuff at the moment, particularly on things like fairy tales and folklore, but also mythology of America and of the Americas. So both modern mythology and the ancient mythologies of Native Americans and Aztecs and other more ancient peoples.
Yeah, that makes sense. Interesting. And so it's a fairly it's sort of probably around lunchtime, I imagine, at this point. You may have had a lecture in the morning, you might not have. Things are sort of heading towards the end of the semester, so some classes are starting to wind up. You've been doing lectures every now and then. But yeah, it seems like a pretty average afternoon. And you're probably, what would you be doing at your lunch break? Having a relax or extra work? Enjoying a sandwich?
Probably relaxing while pouring through one of his books.
Excellent. So in that state of engrossed in your book, starting to relax, you hear a knock on the door.
Good morning, Professor. How are you?
I am sufficiently well.
This, of course, is someone that Professor Peter Eldon is at least a little familiar with, given she works on the campus at the Miskatonic University Library and has a pretty memorable face and an even more memorable personality. So Zoe, would you like to briefly describe Bella for us and tell us a little about her?
I absolutely would like to describe Miss Belladonna Virtue to you all. As stated, Belladonna is a very memorable person, since she is maybe the most attractive person on this campus, both in that she was very clearly born genetically blessed, but also appears to be the kind of person who puts so much effort into their appearance that it sort of is its own kind of performance art. The way she looks, it is to the minute up to date with the trends. She would have started working at the university library. She's got fair skin, pitch black hair that is always coiffed perfectly. She always has a little curl on the side of her cheek. She has a beauty mark. She's got these big honey brown eyes. She's always fully made up to the nines. Generally, she wears, colorful little sweaters with little collars, and she always wears a double string of pearls. She is never seen without them. One of the other things she would often be seen with is she wears a lot of jewelry. She wears a lot of jewelry, but there is one specific ring she wears that has these huge sapphires in it that upon seeing it makes you realize that all the rest of her jewels are paste. Everything else she wears is fake except for this one very expensive, very beautiful, what looks to be an engagement ring, but she does not wear it on her ring finger. And also, Professor Eldon would know, as would most people on campus, that Belladonna loves to just stick her nose in every campus scandal, because they would also know that she does not particularly enjoy being a librarian. She wants to work on the stage and screen, but just hasn't found her break yet. So she's always adamant that the library is, just a part-time thing until I can make my career hit off. So it would honestly be a little rare for Dr. Eldon to see her around his office, but she's clearly making a real effort to be here when she knocks upon his door. I'm doing perfectly wonderfully, Professor. Are you enjoying that book?
Yes. Yes, it deals with the case of a Mwanga, or Nunda, a felid that seems to be particularly elusive in Tanzania. Been sighting since the late 70s, but no one has been able to prove it actually exists yet.
Is this like those fish people you told me you met a year ago? Because I saw some of those on Coney Island, so I don't know if this is like, Anyway, we're getting away from ourselves, Professor. I actually came here today with a proposition for you, and more questions. Maybe you could assist little old me in something. I know you're a lot smarter than me. I just need some help.
Ask away, he says pointedly, like closing his book.
Well, and she walks in. She's wearing these long slacks and she's got the tallest shoes imaginable for the 1920s, and she sits in the little chair across from him at his desk, and she goes, well, you see, I've been having a couple of people coming by, trying to pick my brain, asking about a student called Walter Resnick. You heard of him?
I believe I've seen his name on the registers once or twice.
Right, well, apparently he hasn't been going to class for the last couple of days, and a couple of his, little friends have been worried. But every time I go to have a look and see if he's all right, it just seems to be his room is just swarming with people. And there's just always students hanging around. And, I'm just a little library girl. I don't want to go sticking my nose amongst all those students. It ain't proper. So I was just figuring you as a big, strong man. And also, just a real smart fella might be able to help me out in checking out Walter's room and making sure he's okay. The welfare of the student body and all.
Am I quite the person for this job? I teach mythology and folklore.
Well, but you talk so much about those little fish people you met in that lighthouse, and you handled that so well. So maybe, I don't know, you can help a gal out.
I don't see the relevance unless you're suggesting that he was taken by fish people.
Well, it would make the papers, wouldn't it?
Probably not taken by fish people, but you do, as you're thinking about why she even come to me about this, you do start to think more, and you do remember Resnick to some degree. You haven't specifically tutored him and lectured him in your classes, but you do remember him pretty, from what you've heard of other professors or lecturers or things like that, he's been a pretty good student, pretty well liked. But you do remember discussing with some of your compatriots over the past few weeks, he has been missing classes. They've mentioned, of course, there have been quite a few students that have been doing that, but his name has cropped up around that. So, but, again, you haven't thought much on that because you don't teach him. So whatever, basically. Bella, I will give you some additional information. That Eldon doesn't know. So Resnick, again, was a pretty cheery kind of guy, probably somewhat on the side of terminally uninteresting compared to the people you tend to hang out with or find useful. But he was really polite and he did enjoy having sometimes, a bit of friendly banter if you were interested in giving it. Most importantly, interestingly for you, you heard he had pretty rich folk back home, halfway across the country or something, but nothing to do with being too famous, so probably not all that exciting. But, generally a pretty cheerful guy. However, over the span of a few weeks, he seemed to have changed a lot. At first, he was giddy, even cocksure. He had a bunch of friends. He'd be, making a lot of noise in the library, which he had whichever. I don't know if Bella would really care particularly. But that was quite brief. And then he didn't show up so much at the library or on campus. And you heard some of the girls and guys he used to be great pals with kind of gossiping that he quickly started to become irritable and dismissive. And the few times you do remember having seen him, which were, again, not much over the past few weeks, he was quite disheveled and stopped kind of doing basic grooming tasks and stuff, which again, not your scene. And looked a lot thinner and was quite sunken-eyed and ashen skin stuff, which is weird, but again, not unusual among some sorts on campus. So just as a little background info for you.
Well, Professor, it's just Walter had been acting a little funny, a little strange in the head last couple of weeks, and
young men do that, Belladonna.
Well, it was different. Look, he was just acting some sort of way that I've occasionally seen a few of my friends act, when they ain't feeling so proper. And I know it ain't in my nature to care about every, Tom, Dick, and Harry that walks through that library, but he was a nice kid. And it would just mean so much, Professor, if you could just give me a hand in checking to see if he's okay.
Well, I do still have some time left on my break, I believe. Come on, show me where he should be.
Fantastic, thank you so much. And she, scurries up and just stands there waiting for him.
Now, it's probably around here that you hear the most almighty kerfuffle outside the door. And if you care to go to the door and look through, there is a very harried-looking younger woman who is clearly sort of trying to make herself look a little older than she is. She has short, dark hair. Her clothing, she appears to want to try and sort of be in fashion, but she's a little out of date. Just a little. Oh my goodness. Oh my. And she'll burst in. Oh, you'd never believe it. Some young fellas died on campus.
You have a name?
All I know is he was some rich young thing.
Okay, second question, do you have a name?
Tilly DeRosa. Pleasure.
Dr. Peter Eldon, Professor of folklore and mythology here.
Arcane Keeper, with my habit of sticking my nose where it don't belong, would I know Miss Tilly DeRosa for any reason?
Yes, she works, she's a newspaper reporter, I believe, specifically. Yes.
She is.
That's right. And you've probably been trying to get attention from her paper for quite a lot. But for some reason they just don't keep like doing, you know, like the little beauty pages for you. But yeah, you've probably seen Tilly before, or if not Tilly specifically, possibly some of her other like fellow reporters, or just been trying to kind of hang around, trying to get their attention. But yeah, you've definitely seen her before. I don't know if you would know her specifically though.
Right.
But yes, yeah, reporter.
Yep.
Probably shouldn't be on campus, but you know, she's here.
Bella like immediately stands up straighter and like extends her hand to shake Tilly's. And she's like, charmed, I'm sure. I'm Belladonna Virtue. You work for... What paper do you work for again? It slipped my mind.
The Arkham Gazette.
The Arkham Gazette. That's right. Now what are you doing here? There's been a murder.
I was just wandering past, and I overheard some students talking. No more than 5 minutes ago, I think.
Oh.
The police have been notified, and they were getting a doctor to bring it to the body. Although, I do wonder, have either of you heard of the other deaths? Not you.
We might get you to roll that. Oh, I'm just trying to think. Hang on, sorry. We might get you to roll what skill will we get you to roll for that one?
One I'm probably going to be bad at.
It's true. I was trying to decide. There are a lot of skills in Call of Cthulhu. This isn't what I have planned, so I will double check. I think. Yeah, look, we'll do history, but we'll make it a harder check. So it won't be the number you have. So with your score, it'll have the main on your character sheet. It'll have the main number. Then it'll have two little ones to the side. You want to get below the top one of those two little ones on the side because it's a hard check.
I would not have succeeded even if this was an easy. I got 90.
Oh, yep. Didn't interest you. Not related to your studies. Who cares? How did you go, Bella?
I got a 16.
Is that
which
under
is
your...
below the 25 I need.
Oh, perfect. There we go. So you have heard of these. And I will just grab the information. Excellent. Yes, just one tick. My apologies. I should have had this ready. There's just so many notes I have. Yes, so you've heard gossip. Probably what you've heard is that there have been 2 other student deaths over the past couple of months. They kind of it was like a sudden death, but there was no foul play suspected or anything like that. Although again, if the same things happen now, that's strange. But yeah, that's probably all you know is that, like, yeah, there's been 2 other student deaths on campus. The heads of university and stuff like that. Like you, Professor Eldon, like you might have heard like that specifically, but like it's again, it wasn't just natural causes. It hasn't been that much cause of concern. Like it's been, you know. People don't want it. That said, if there's a third case, that may potentially be very bad for the university. People might start talking about curses, which of course it won't be that, but you know. Yeah, so you might have heard of like deaths in particular. Belly, you've definitely heard of like, yeah, it's unusual. That's all I'll say.
Oh, those poor 2 other students?
Yes, over the last couple of months.
Oh, well, my goodness. Do you think this could be the third case?
Well, it depends. See, if it appears that he's died of natural causes, there was one other thing that was connecting the two, though. It was very strange.
May I ask?
I might be able to give you a little preview.
Oh, you know I just have a case of terminal curiosity, don't I, Professor?
Yes.
They were both noted to have had black tongues.
Black tongues?
And you almost see Dr. Eldon's like expression, like he's immediately more interested. Black tongues, you say?
Seems very odd if their deaths were natural, don't you think?
Now, Bella, I would like you to do a spot hidden roll, please. Just a regular check. Thinking back on something.
That's a 2.
Oh, that's very good. Okay. The last time you saw Resnick, when he was talking, which wasn't much, because again, his personality changed quite severely recently, his tongue was completely black. The last time you saw him.
Now, while we're doing checks,
yeah,
am I able to do something like an occult roll or something to see if there's anything that I've read that that
you can. We'll see. Yes.
Okay. That is a success no matter which way you throw it. That's a 12.
12.
That is a 12.
And quite a high occult.
Yeah, and that would succeed even for an extreme.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's
excellent.
I believe an extreme success.
Oh, okay. You have not heard specifically of a black tongue in any of your studies. However, you've read mythology about certain you've read certain things about particular tribes, particular groups, particular religious groups and things like that from across the world. Some of them have spoken of spells or rituals or things that can cause, or poisons people can take that can cause blackening of the skin unnaturally, or to some kind of black substance to sort of adhere to the hands that touch that, or the mouth and things like that. So that might be something like that. Not sure. Not conclusive. You haven't read tongue specifically.
Do we know how far off the police are?
I'm not sure. All I know is it was only just before I came wandering past here that they were somebody was going off to notify them.
I think, Belladonna, that we might need to make a detour towards the body before we go off to Resnick's dormitory. This might be slightly more pressing.
Oh, absolutely. If a reporter from the paper's involved, then it's definitely the most interesting subject of the day. Tilly, I know you said before you don't really know. Belladonna is going to loop her arm through Tilly's and start leading as if she knows the way, then realize she doesn't know the way, and then stop him with Tilly to start leading. And just wait for Dr. Eldon to follow behind them. She is no longer she wants him to come, but he is no longer the most important person in this conversation. And Bella's I know you said you don't quite know who the person was, but do you have any information on what they may have looked like? Only I might be able to help. I've seen a couple of, young fellas around here with some black tongues. It's only that I assume they were sucking on those ices,
Would Tilly have any idea of, one, where the body is, and two, the identities of the boys, the other students?
Yeah, so, probably what... I won't make you roll for this one. So probably the rumor that you heard is that it was in, let's say the B ward. So like the B, block on campus. And some room on there that was locked. It had been locked and had been broken into by one of the students on campus. Yeah. So that's all. Yeah. So yeah, the B block, I guess.
I believe it was down in B block. If you know where that is.
Oh, I absolutely do. And Bella starts leading the little people train again. And she's like, Professor, it seems like we won't have to do much of a detour at all since Walter also resides in B block. What a happy coinkydink. Maybe you can go check on Walter while Tilly and I help out with the body, just to help with
And what do you know about matters of the arcane? Because that may very well be what we're dealing with here.
Is this about those fish again?
No, but it is in a similar field.
Fish?
Oh, like tarot? I get my tarot read sometimes.
Oh, that black magic stuff?
Fortune telling is a cheap trick.
Oh, now you sound like that Houdini.
And you frequently sound as impenetrable as my colleague James Joyce.
Oh, here you go talking about authors again. I've told you before. If it ain't Thelma Tata, her agent, I don't care what names you drop.
I always enjoyed the fortune teller out on Coney Island.
See? Coney Island! Professor, are you sure you didn't just end up shipwrecked on Coney Island?
I'm sure I wasn't on Coney Island. It was off the coast of England, half a world away.
Ooh.
We're in Massachusetts. Coney Island's half a country away, basically.
A country is not a world.
Well, it depends
Much
on
as you
your
Americans seem to
perspective.
think it is.
Excellent. It doesn't take too long to get to B block while this conversation is happening. There's a big group of students kind of looking quite panicked. And there is there's one very, very young looking police officer, constable kind of standing there trying to talk to all of them, but clearly doesn't seem to know what he's talking about. And it's not very difficult to at least the doorway. There's a doorway open. There is another police officer kind of standing outside that doorway, kind of just constantly just patting his brow. He's a very doughy-faced, portly kind of man in maybe his 30s. Very serious expression, but kind of a wider-eyed look that makes him seem permanently a bit out of his depth. He's just constantly just patting his forehead. He looks very sweaty. But he's just standing out there waiting, looking inside. And that's what you guys see as you kind of approach this area. There's a lot of buzz going around. Not really any any other professors or staff around at the moment, because again, there's not many on campus right now. Most of the students here would be residents of this area. And yeah, that's pretty much the scene you see as you approach. Yeah.
It would be past noon by this point, wouldn't it?
Past noon, yeah.
Afternoon, officer? Investigator? I do not know your title, but I'm Dr. Peter Eldon. I am a representative of the school.
I guess. And is this the one at the front talking to all the students, or the one just outside the door?
The one just outside the door
Awesome.
is the one that I would approach.
He's like, "Oh, hi, nice to meet you, sir. I'm Officer Morton. Oh, it's a dreadful business, ain't it?"
Indeed, it is. Now, I've heard rumors, good sir, of a strange blackening of the tongue of the victim.
Like tobacco?
Tobacco is typically yellow or brown, not black.
Oh, I should
The
look like
rumors
that
I
then.
have heard are that the tongue has gone black.
Oh, I don't know about that. You could probably ask the doctor. They're looking at them now.
Well, I believe it may be, if it is what I suspect, it may be a little beyond the scope of a medical doctor. But I would be happy to speak with them if I could.
Yeah. Well, you can. Well, I don't know if you should go in. I mean, he looks at Bella until he's like, he just takes his hat off and tips her. Especially you ladies shouldn't be wanting to look in on there. It's a dreadful business, really. A young fella, you know. But I can fetch the doctor for you. They might be done by now. I don't know. He sweats more.
If that must be the case, but I would prefer to see the body firsthand. One must be able to observe with one's own eyes in order to get a clear indication of what the facts at hand are.
Oh, okay. He nervously just knocks on the door frame. Is like, Doc, there's some people here who want to come in and talk to you. Yes.
Okay. Come on in, I guess.
And
I'm just finishing up now.
I know that voice.
Yes, you certainly do. Professor Eldon, you recognize that voice, and as you step inside, you recognize from someone from the boat misadventure almost a year ago. This is Dr. Eugene Ronaldo. Joe, would you like to describe Eugene's appearance and a little bit about them briefly to any listeners who haven't joined us before?
Yeah, absolutely. Eugene is a non-binary person. And they've got a short auburn, kind of wavy hair. They wear a little bit of makeup. They've got round glasses. I think they'll be wearing a bit more professional, kind of formal wear than last time, where they wore quite a few brightly coloured articles of clothing, maybe a little brightly coloured scarf or something like that. And they have a doctor's briefcase with all their supplies with them. And they generally come across as quite an anxious, a little bit of a nervous disposition, but they would definitely be in a professional mode right now. Yeah, so they kind of stand up from the body and they see Professor Eldon.
Dr. Ronaldo.
Oh, it's Professor Eldon, right?
Yes. It has been at both times far too long and all too soon.
Oh, yes, I could agree. It was not the best circumstances in which we last met.
No.
I must say, I'm quite interested to hear you've been giving talks about the creatures that we found. I must say myself, I've been trying to encourage some scientific endeavors to investigate this new evolution that we found.
Yes, I take it you believed that they're an evolution and not something of the more supernatural variety.
I mean, of course. Oh, right. You studied folklore and magic and stuff, didn't you? Yes, I'd quite forgotten.
No.
So, what can I do for you?
Well, I was hoping that given the rumors I've heard about a black tongue, which seem to be consistent with some arcane practices, that I might be able to see it and maybe pick your brain and discuss theories.
Naturally, yes. It is quite a strange case. I will say I have come across black tongue before. It is common with poor oral hygiene or fungus growth. This is a little stronger than usual, but I think jumping to occult reasons is a little bit hasty.
If it was an isolated case, yes, but seeing as this appears to be the third in a matter of a few months, then it does seem like it could very well be under my expertise.
I suppose so. Well, you're welcome to look. I must say, I have not discounted the possibility of poison being involved as well.
Yeah, poison would be consistent with some of the stories I've read on this element. So.
Yes. Well, come on in if you want to examine the body, I suppose. Oh, and oh, sorry. Are you with Professor Eldon? I haven't met you.
Yeah, Miss Tilly DeRosa.
Keep a careful eye on her. She's press.
Oh, I see. Well, I hope you don't leak any details on this case. I'm not part of the police force or anything, but I suppose patient confidentiality could still apply.
I won't leak anything too much before it gets to the police investigation, at the very least.
I will also note the actual police officer that was standing outside the door. He, at the second that Dr. Eldon went to talk to Eugene, he started to look more sweaty. He was like, oh, and just wiped his brow, and he just ducked off to the bathroom while this has happened. But yes,
that police officer is clearly bad at his job.
I think he may be sick or something. He was sweating like a pig.
Now, let's see this body. Now, what can you point me towards, Eugene?
Very quickly.
Yes, sir.
This entire time, Bella has been trying to. I assume Tilly and Dr. Eldon have been right in the doorway, and Bella is really frustrated trying to see what's going on, and she's trying to look, and also trying to look hot at the same time. And then Dr. Eldon would have walked in, so she would have rushed in and immediately seen, I'm assuming, that it's Walter.
Yes, it is. Yes. So, Bella. Actually, yeah. No, yeah, Bella specifically, because it's Walter. It wasn't hard to find him. He's sitting in the middle of the room on a chair, which Eugene has started to investigate. But yeah, I would like you to do a sanity roll for me, please. So basically, it was this sanity roll. If you pass it, you lose no sanity points. If you don't, you're going to lose a certain amount.
I need to take a photo of that 0 I just rolled.
Oh, wow!
Is this like a 100 0 or a 0 as in a single digit number 0?
As in a 0, 0, 0.
That's a 100.
I thought we were going 000 is a 0.
000.
Yeah, because I believe...
I believe if 000 was 100.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay. Oh!
Then I don't pass.
Okay, so you're going to take 1d4 sanity point. So you can roll a d4 if you want to. How many sanity points do you lose?
4.
Oh! What? Sanity points. Okay, interesting. That's okay. So you're quite shaken by this, surprisingly. I mean, again, he's sitting on a chair with his eyes rolled back on his head. And yeah, he's dead. You're quite shaken. Nothing will happen as of yet, but I'd like you to deduct 4 sanity points from your overall score. Yeah. So Bella is very shaken by this, surprisingly. Given the person she is.
I think she she wasn't like, she knew this was Walter's room, so she was kind of expecting it to be Walter, but she was really like expecting some sort of gory, bloody scene like you see in movies, or all that kind of stuff. Or like, considering some of the friends she has, the kind of things she imagines happen in the back room of the speakeasy. And she's like, oh, this is going to be so tasty. And I'm going to go in there and I'm going to yell Walter's name and I'm going to faint and I'm going to make my way into the papers. And then she goes in there and it's just a genuine, terrible scene of a dead young man. And she like just is genuinely quite horrified and shaken by this information that she's processing. And she just kind of goes really still next to Tilly and just kind of goes, Oh, Walter.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's quite a sight. Would you like a seat, or do you need a moment outside the room?
No, I'll stay in. Seat, please. Do I know you?
I do believe I recognize you too. We might have traveled in similar circles at times. Dr. Eugene Arnaldo.
Belladonna. Sorry, I'm a little frazzled, Doctor. I didn't recognize you.
Miss Virtue, do you remind me of the symptoms that Walter was exhibiting in the days leading up to his death?
Bella like sits in the chair Eugene has offered her and just looks like through her little shakenness. She just looks at Peter, then looks at Tilly, and looks back at Peter, and she's just like, well, not to speak ill of the dead, but especially while they're right there, but Walter was not acting himself for couple weeks. He was always a polite sort of boy. Very nice, very kind, returned his books on time, which makes my job easier. And then he started getting real cocky, real, sure of himself in a way that was moderately concerning, considering how it was before. And then he started not turning up to anything at all. And when he did turn up, he certainly didn't look himself. He looked quite ill, to be honest, and a little disheveled and unkempt. And between you and me, and she does get this little spark of her normal self, and she like looks over at Tilly as if to make sure she's writing notes and goes, last time I spoke to him, he did perhaps have a black tongue.
Black tongue before the poisoning, as well as other... So did you say before sunken eyes and...
Yeah, quite gaunt.
Quite gaunt, so sallow flesh.
I see. Well, that could be it.
Eugene, you have pretty much been interrupted. You've nearly finished your investigation, but you haven't had the chance to look over properly, and this makes you go, maybe I should do that. So I'd like you to do either like a medicine or a science roll, please. Your choice.
I believe that passes. I got a 59. Yes, that passes with medicine.
Yeah, you got a pretty high one. You're screwed doctor.
I'm good at medicine and medicine alone.
Okay,
Yes.
So hearing that, you're going to have a check. So some information you already know is he's been dead for about 2 days before he was discovered. So starting to, smell a bit. He was definitely suffering from malnutrition and dehydration. You might have some ideas of what that might correspond to, but the exact cause of death is unknown, because pretty much there are no wounds you can see, no pinpricks or anything. There hasn't been I'll get you to do another roll in a moment, or anyone else actually as well. But specifically, you're going to go, I'm going to check his tongue. Because normally you check breathing and stuff like that, but you haven't go, all right, let's have a quick check. So you're going to do that, and he definitely does have an inexplicitly stained black tongue. Which I imagine anyone near you while you're investigating this will also notice.
Tilly is very intently watching what Eugene is doing. Very intently.
So, are you stating your findings out loud as you're kind of determining them?
Yes, I guess so. Yes, so we're like, okay, malnutrition, dehydration, that is very black.
Yes, if he has been this dehydrated and in the state that he has been said to be around campus, can we be truly certain of the time of death?
It does make it a bit more difficult, I suppose. I'm fairly confident about 2 days, but of course this is not the most precise science.
It's entirely possible that he was going necrotic beforehand, hence the black tongue, sallow flesh, all that kind of thing, which possibly sped up the process once he became deceased.
Now, Eugene, while you're thinking on this, I'm going to present to you a little flashback, which none of the characters will know, because this is you thinking about this.
Oh, okay.
So, Eugene, most of your work, both kinds of work required by your job, used to take place in New York. But sometime after the events that occurred in England and your eventual return to America, you started traveling further abroad, sometimes just for your own interest even, instead of just what your bosses specifically allow. Your travels have brought you recently to Arkham, which has special interest to you, even if it's been a bit confronting. There's a lot of development in sanatorium facilities here, of varying levels of quality, though there's been a particular increase in mental unrest compared to previous places you've resided in, which is surprising considering the situations you found yourself in quite often. Still plenty of use for a doctor here, a legitimate one, and in this particular occasion it suits the family quite well. A couple of months ago you were contacted to start picking up jobs locally, regardless of your general doctor things. This particular moment that you're remembering now as Peter is talking about this, Eugene, you arrived at the family's base of operations here in Arkham in an unmarked warehouse in the docks just outside just on the outskirts of the city. This is who you know to be Alex McKnight's turf. So Alex is the boss of the local Arkham branch of the family's dealings. You know most of this branch of the gang deals in bootlegging and drug smuggling, the latter of which Alex primarily contacted you about to turn up. So on this day that suddenly shot into your mind, it was particularly cold, late evening, and you've made your way to the warehouse. The loading bay is open that night, and you saw an unfamiliar small car parked outside with the boot open. As you arrived, you saw two of McKnight's men carrying what you clearly can tell is a body wrapped in sacks to the back of the car. But yes, you would be mostly incognito at this point, or just like wearing a heavy coat, or I imagine.
Yes.
Yeah. Either way, one of them will notice, Eugene, boss's office. Alex wants to talk to you. And so the boss's office is located at the back of the warehouse. It's guarded by a burly enforcer you know is called Smokes. The boss's office is a plain room with a concrete floor and a bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling. It's not so plain right now. The wooden desk is pushed against one wall, and the chair in the center is kind of in the center of the room, with some cut lengths of rope lying on the floor. There is blood splattered over the chair and the floor. There's a ceramic bowl of bloody water on the desk. Alex, who is in fact a broad, stern-faced woman in perhaps her mid to late 30s, with kind of prematurely aging slick black hair, quite broad-shouldered, usually quite a dignified dresser, usually in suits though, is sitting on the edge of the desk bandaging one of her hands and only looks up for a moment before going back to it. And she goes, Yuji, you really are a flashy dresser, shall we say. But I suppose you get the job done for us. And you're in the family's general good graces for now, while you're useful.
Yes, of course, I hope to do all that I can.
And she just keeps bandaging her hand up slowly before finishing. Like an uncomfortable silence. And then she pauses for a moment and then points to a bottle that's on the edge of the table for a moment. It looks empty. Take a look.
Of course. I will peer inside hesitantly.
It looks empty. It looks like it's got a little bit of like some kind of dark residue in it, but you don't know what it is. And even while you might be pondering, she's just like, I didn't call you in for anything to do with, and she gestures to the blood. This, of course. There's nothing can be done for that man now. I called you in to let you know to look out for something. There's a new drug going around, or hooch or something. It's cutting into the market. All we got out of that useless lump is it's something called the black, or that's what those wastes are calling it anyway. I don't know. It basically, if you come across any, or maybe if the clinic gets any more coming in with any symptoms, I want you to let me know. I won't even take care of whoever's producing it or come to an agreement. You get me, yeah?
Of course. I'll be happy to help. I'll keep an eye out.
Good. The only thing we know so far is the ones who have it bad get a black tongue for some reason. Haven't been able to get a proper bottle of it yet ourselves, but this is early days, and he didn't spill anything useful. It's weird, he was so terrified, but more of his boss than anyone, not even me, which pissed me off. You know, Yuji, there's a point in a man where he'll say just about anything to make things stop happening to him. Or maybe you don't. Quiet's more your style, right?
Yes, that's right.
Less fun for you. Well, and she like starts to pull out like a cigar and she's like, she does not like you. You don't even need to roll a psychology check for this. But she instead just like, right. Well, now we're clear on things. You can go on your merry way. Remember, if you find anything out, you tell us. Or better still, find out who's in charge. They might be cashing it for you, might not.
Of course. I'll do my best to keep an eye out.
Good. Nice chat. Have a good evening, Eugene. Smokes, come escort Eugene out. And like, again, the really big, tall, burly lug of a man comes in and she's like, come on.
Eugene kind of like nervously like nods his head as like a goodbye and leaves with the man.
Excellent. And, you know, you left the warehouse fine, which is more that can be said for the other person. And yeah, that is suddenly what you're thinking of the second that you're remembering now the black tongue stuff, and now you're thinking about the other symptoms that have happened. While Eugene is suddenly having a flashback, I would like everyone else, and then Eugene as well, to roll a spot hidden check for me, please.
All right.
You know how you'll go.
45, which is a standard success for me.
Yep, so it's below the number.
Yeah, my spot hidden is 50, so...
Oh, yeah, excellent. Yes, that's fine.
I got a 45, which is a failure.
Okay, that's all good.
I got a 43, which is a failure.
All good.
I got an 18, and that's a success.
All right. So, Dr. Peter and Bella, you're just thinking Tilly is probably writing. She's probably like nosing around at everything else, but the two of you notice that around the around like this room, like it's in quite a state of disarray. Which again is not unusual for quite a popular, cheerful, healthy, fit young dude, but it definitely looks like he was not in a great state for a while. But you notice that there are a bunch of like bottles kind of like lying around. It's hard to spot immediately, but they're just specific bottles. They don't look like beer bottles. They look like little like medicine bottles or things like that. They're glass. They seem to look a bit dingy from here. If either of you want to have a closer look, I can tell you more details. But if you do not, that is fine too. You're not tampering with a crime scene.
Yeah. Before I look at the bottles, there is one other thing I want to look at.
Yeah, definitely.
Just a quick potential hunch that Dr. Eldon is playing with.
Absolutely.
I want to check the neck.
The neck, sure.
The neck and probably the forearms. Because one of the theories that Eldon is currently toying with is vampirism.
Yes. Okay. Well, what you can do is you can either do another spot hidden check, or like if you have anything like science or like a specific science skill. I can't remember what science skills you have, but one of those. I think hidden, perhaps we'll say.
I think spot hidden is probably going to be my best bet.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's another regular success. 44 on a 50.
Okay, cool. Provided Eugene doesn't stop you from touching the body to check, you don't notice anything specifically there. He just looks, he just looks like, I don't know, like he just stopped living.
Well, I can cross vampirism off my list of theories then.
It doesn't say that aloud.
No, but anyone who's paying any attention to Eldon will notice him like cross something off in his notebook. Like just decidedly run through something. Then unless Belladonna beats me to it, I'm gonna have a look at one of the bottles.
Belladonna certainly snuck on a pair of her finest lace gloves, and she's been looking at those bottles. So she's looking at the body.
There's a few of them.
It should go without saying that, although I probably should say it, that, Eldon would put on his gloves for...
Excellent. Yeah.
This. He wants to keep his tampering to a minimum.
That's fair. So by the point that both of you have picked this up to have a look at, both Tilly and Eugene will have noticed this now. But when you do look at these, both of you will notice that they're sort of like, they have like, they just look like just regular bottles. There's no label on them or anything. But there is like, kind of like, it looks a little bit dingy. Like there's like a drop or two of like black liquid kind of in like the little glass bottles. That's all you notice. You don't know what it could be, but it's dark.
Can Eugene have a look to see if it looks like the liquid from before?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass the bottle I've got to Eugene and say, does this resemble anything you're familiar with, Doctor?
Thank you. Does it look similar?
Yeah, like, I don't know if I can make you roll for that. It does, yes. Again, like the bottles are different shaped, which is not unusual for drugs or hooch or whatever. But it looks like a similar substance. There wasn't enough for you to really investigate much when you saw the example because McKnight took it back. took it back from you, but like it definitely looks like it. Absolutely.
Interesting. I have heard of a new narcotic on the market that is of a dark color and liquid.
Narcotic.
That would certainly fit with the symptoms, such as changes in demeanor and dehydration and such.
Do you know what the side effects of the narcotic are supposed? What the desired effects are and what the side effects are?
I didn't really get that information.
No.
Well, I would consider it either an upper or a downer, like most narcotics. I'm not entirely certain, but I do know that one of the side effects is darkening of the tongue.
Okay. Any sort of iconography on the bottles?
No, they're just plain glass bottles. Like they might have had labels on them. Like it doesn't look like it's purposely like had label removed. It's just like they're all very different. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I'll quickly look at the arms of the body to see if it was injected.
You did notice before. No points of injection, nothing. It's like there's no signs. Like again, if you had to call it without any kind of thing, yeah, it's yeah, no pinpricks, no nothing.
And I think to be doubly certain, that sounds like the kind of thing, because I was looking at the wrists as well as the neck for vampirism, like that probably would have been noticed by me if there was a...
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Yeah.
We've doubly confirmed between us.
That is handy.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Eldon, I think I heard you mention before that you knew of previous cases of people with black tongues.
Not tongues specifically, per se, but there is countless, in fact, stories of different tribes and religious groups who practice various magics through the use of spells, rituals, sometimes even ointments and tinctures. I see. Eugene just turns away from Dr. Eldon and to the other two and says, some of those include poisons. Yes, but that's ancient history by the sound of it. Excuse me, have you... are you aware of any... than you think. Any individuals with black tongues or exhibiting similar symptoms to late Walter Resnick?
Well, I had heard that there were a couple of other deaths in similar circumstances with the black tongues within the last couple of months.
I see. That's quite concerning. There might be a bit of a distribution of the drug around here, if my theory is correct, then.
So you're thinking that it's some kind of new drug on the market?
That is my current hypothesis, and quite a dangerous one, it would appear.
Now, Tilly, pondering about this, you might even have in your notebook written it, depending on how full your notebook is, if it is, you flip back and you can remember there were hang on. You remember the names of these people, of these previous cases, which again didn't, in a place like Arkham, doesn't actually attract that much attention because it's not, they were all, well, yeah. One of the names was Mary Clawson. The other was Franklin Stewart. They were different students from the university, both college students, and both part of a perceived bad element kind of person. And lastly, you remember from your snooping, both were also listed as dying from natural causes, and like their bodies were shipped back out to their out-of-state families, that kind of thing. But yeah, that's what you recall. So yeah, both students, Mary Clawson and Franklin Stewart. But yeah, they were sort of in a bad crowd, a bad element, as we can say, perhaps.
Although, as far as I know, the other two are part of the bad batch, you know? They were students, though.
I see. Yeah, that's quite helpful. It might be, maybe it's a little bit rife in this community. I must say, I'm quite interested in this professionally as a doctor. If this is going about and it is harming people, I would like to get to the bottom of this.
Oh, I'm certain you're very interested in it personally and professionally. Tilly keeps scribbling in her notebook.
Eugene is just like, just like to Isabella, is like, did she just like insinuate that I'm perfectly healthy and clean? I would have. Anyway.
Bella has been like looking at this bottle like the entire time, trying to work out if she knows where this is from or if she's seen it around certain speakeasies. But she would look at Eugene when they say that and just raise one eyebrow as if to be like, well, aren't you?
Eugene looks offended and then like gets out a cigarette.
You can roll a general spot hidden roll as well, Zoe, and see if you might have spotted it around somewhere.
That's an 11. That's a success.
A success. Okay. You haven't noticed it around the speakeasies. You might have like heard about a new drug kind of being passed around, but it hasn't really hit the one that you tend to go to, mostly the one that you sing at sometimes. It basically, you have, however, seen bottles similar to this being passed around on campus sometimes. That's just what you do. Yeah. And thinking about it, you can remember like there's a chap called Paul Rogers. He used to be a student on campus. He got kicked out a while back, but he does turn up every now and then. He's been peddling hooch and stuff like that before to students. You have seen some of the people that hang around that he visits sometimes might have had a bottle or two like that.
All right. Cool. Bella like has her little interaction with Eugene. And then she looks back at the bottle. She kind of thinks about this a bit. She looks over it. Poor Walter. Then she's gonna kind of sidle over to Tilly and just be like, now, Miss DeRosa?
Yes?
Miss or Mrs.? Apologies.
Miss.
All right. Now, I don't want to be starting no rumors or potentially hitting any bum leads, but you could put me down as a less than anonymous source on the fact that maybe we might want to talk to a chap called Paul Rogers if we want to prevent other students from ending up like a dear old Walter and old Mary and Frankie.
Paul Rogers.
Fellow used to come here as a student, but unfortunately, he did not have the demeanor for academia. Unlike some of us, he doesn't like to, play nice. So he was asked politely to leave several times.
Well, that is interesting. Especially if it turns out that perhaps Mary and Frankie ran in the same kind of circle.
Oh, this university is all about the circles you run in. For instance, Dr. Eldon over there, the professor. He runs in the smart man circles where they talk about their Beowulfs and their all that and complain about their funding. But like, if they wanted to keep their funding, they should do something interesting like acting, if you ask me. But he runs in the kind of circles where they think the little like fae people, like you know those girls who made those little composites that tricked old Arthur Conan Doyle. He's one of those sorts.
Oh. And she looks over at Dr. Eldon and is like, that fits.
Now, don't take that as me saying he ain't a smart fella. Like, if this is anything to do with anything, I'm sure him and that Eugene will sort it all out between their combined brain power. But just so you know, he may say a couple things that are a little hokey. Don't hold it against him.
Of course. A little bit of dark stuff kind of tends to hook the readers in anyway.
Oh, absolutely. Don't forget to write down that I agreed with you, though. And she, like, adjusts her little collar. Looks quite pleased, like she's making progress on her personal mission.
Do we believe that there is anything more to be learned from the scene?
Well, not at present. I think more could be learned at the autopsy, but I have finished my report for the detectives.
No strange iconography around?
I don't know, to find what is strange in a college room.
Any icons that don't seem to have an obvious explanation?
You
Religious symbols?
No, I haven't. I have not seen anything.
Strange,
It all seems
archaic text?
fairly ordinary.
No, it seems, from all we have discussed, that this boy is but a victim of something deeper going on.
See what I mean? Bella says to Tilly as she pockets the bottle that she was looking at.
Sleight of hand.
That's probably not gonna be a success. It definitely isn't! My sleight of hand's a 25, I rolled an 82!
Ooh. Everyone who is looking around will notice this. But do with that what you will.
Eugene just kind of shrugs like, well, I'm not the police.
Yeah, Eldon's gonna say, like, I won't say to Eugene, like, I won't say anything if you don't.
Agreed.
Might come in handy later.
Probably at that point, the Officer Morton returns. Again, just looking sweaty. He kind of like opens and says, "Oh, Lord. Doc, are you? Is it all good? You did your report?
Yes, I've got all the information written down.
Oh, good. I'll get the rest of my men, and we'll take it back to get the others to have a look at it. Yeah.
Excellent. Best of luck. Yeah.
He's just like,
you know what? Maybe as a doctor, maybe I could advise that you take a day off for rest. You know, you gotta look after your health, and this is quite a disturbing scene.
Yeah. Okay. I'll tell the boss back at the. Yeah. Okay. Doctor's orders.
You do that. Yes.
He just kind of like stands there waiting for the rest of the officers to come into the room. Who again, if people do not move, they will there will be more people there. Oh, okay, we better clear out. We gotta get this place on support. Doc, all sorted?
All sorted. I'll leave it to you.
Excellent. Professor, ladies. Please clear. We gotta get this place all sorted now.
Of course.
Yes. So the officers see you out of the room. They take Eugene's report and they kind of sit about like actually trying to like move the other students away from the area because it's like a bunch of like panic students, a combination of like panic students, curious students that are kind of just like using the time to like just just chatter about anything and not actually do schoolwork, that kind of thing. But yeah, so you guys get ushered out of that room and into the hallway. Yeah.
Once they're out of earshot, Tilly will turn to Bella and just be like, well, he doesn't seem like he's of the stoutest constitution.
No, some men really aren't built for much of anything.
No.
Seems like a nice fella, though.
I suppose so.
So, doctors, do either of you two have some sort of a plan for what to do next, or to help that poor boy and maybe deal with any future happenings, or are you both gonna do that thing where you run off to your little offices and read a bunch of books about it?
Not to be blunt, I don't think there's much we can do for this particular student, but we can prevent what happened from occurring to others.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, I believe a good approach would be if we can talk to any people that he may have been connected to, or I think you mentioned someone yourself that might be involved somehow.
I may or may not know a couple people, know a couple names. If anyone could jog my memory. But, I'm mostly just thinking, I see a lot of people, I know a lot of people. Do you have any running theories?
I think you mentioned Paul Rogers? Yes.
Oh, you were listening to that. I was.
Oh, yeah.
Mostly
my apologies. I didn't mean to eavesdrop.
Got some big ears there, Doctor.
Well, it was it's natural. Indeed. So, would you happen to know the location of this individual?
Paulie, he's notoriously difficult to find, but I know a couple people who hang out with him when they're just, out and about. A couple of people who might have been running around with old Mary and Frankie and Walter. Especially one, Joanne Puckett. If that name rings any bells to any of the professors standing in my vicinity, or any of the reporters who also know about sticking their nose in business.
Does that name ring a bell to me?
So to you, pretty much bad student. She was in your class once and was basically, you kind of got the feeling that she was just there to make eyes with the boys in the class. She paid no attention. You potentially got a little bit cross with her. But yeah, she just wasn't paying much attention. she's one of the other people that, like, you colleagues have mentioned, similarly to our poor dearly deceased, that hasn't been taken up to class that much, which sometimes, I mean, for those sorts of students, sometimes that's just normal. Closer to the end of semester, they're not really got them from their brain on that. Who knows? But yeah, so that's the extent to what you know. Bella has met and talked to this person before. But yeah. That's what you would know. Tilly has not heard of her. University student. Nothing scandalous yet, so who knows?
Very interesting.
Yeah. Similarly, Eugene hasn't heard of her themselves either.
Local.
I'm just thinking Joanne might be a little easier to find than old Polly.
Not much to note. A poor student from my experience. She was in my class once and was incredibly disruptive. Spent all her time distracting the boys. Or attempting to, at the very least.
Oh, well, I can appreciate that in a gal.
Just not in my classroom, please.
Sure, I say for the library.
Wish more people would realize how privileged they are to be studying to actually focus on the study. But if you two would know where she may be, that would be quite a useful lead, I suppose.
Would I know where her room is?
Yeah, I won't even make you roll for it. You probably would. She'd be like in one of the girls' blocks. You probably know roughly where she is. In fact, you would know where her room is. Yeah. Was quite gossipy. She's been a lot more reclusive lately, though. But yeah, you know the exact sort of person she is. So, yeah.
Well,
you would know where she is.
If we're all interested in going on a little adventure, especially you, Miss Tilly, I might be able to lead us all to Miss Joanne. In case you two want to do more of your little doctorly investigating.
Lead on, Ms. Virtue. With no time to tarry.
No, yes, that would be quite helpful.
All right. Oh, sorry. Bella leads them on. So it's basically a group of like female dorms. Jaren has like a small room there. If you knock on the door, she will be slow to answer. She opens the door. You don't know her very well. You know, she's pretty much like... The impression you got from her originally is she's perhaps a little bit too similar, but also not as great as you. So, like, you know, she's also been talking about the pictures and stuff like that, but a lot less educated, you know, like she doesn't know all the great like movie stars and everything like that. So that's the kind of impression Bella has of her. But yeah, again, you haven't seen her as that much often. It was more sort of like in like the start of the year that she was out and about doing lots of stuff. But yeah, so if you do knock on her door or not, up to y'all.
Looks like Tilly does.
If nobody else does, Tilly would walk up and knock on the door.
Alrighty. So yeah, after a few moments, the door does open, and Joanne is there. Joanne is kind of like she's got sort of light, sort of like mousy coloured hair that's been cut in like a very short bob, and she's like got a fair bit of makeup on. She's got a bit of like a thin face. She's just very thin in general. Thinner than you remember seeing her, Bella. And She looks a little bit jittery, like big eyes, as she opens the door. And she's got kind of like just a very like ashen kind of complexion, sort of like dark bags under her eyes at this point, which she's like covered with makeup, but I'm not even gonna make you roll for that. But yeah, she's just like, oh, hello.
Hello. I'm Tilly DeRosa. It's nice to meet you. You're Joanne?
Yes, Joanne Puckett. You're from the press?
I am. I'm just going around and getting some people's opinions on the most recent going-ons, the very sad departation of life that a couple of students have experienced.
Oh, a couple of months ago. No, that was terrible. It really is a shame.
So, just while Tilly is kind of distracting her with discussion, I am going to write something quickly in my notebook and pass it to Belladonna. And for the audience, it says, does this seem consistent with Walter's symptoms in regard to kind of the discoloration?
Excellent. And then while that's happening, I will make Tilly and Eugene can do a spot hidden roll, and you can add a bonus die. So basically what that means is it's kind of like advantage on like just on the not the like the tens, the ones kind of thing. So you can roll it twice and then take the lower number.
I got a 92.
Oh, Eugene. Okay. Nope. You notice nothing.
I'm just writing my book.
Looking at this, yeah. How did Tilly go?
I got a 16.
So that would be under that, yes.
He's definitely under.
Okay, so Tilly, everyone else will notice eventually, but Tilly notices very quickly. She's got a blackening tongue while she's talking. Yeah, she's got very heavy lipstick on, so it's like not that hard to like. It's harder to notice immediately for other people who are talking to her. And again, Bella and Peter are passing notes currently. But yes, Tilly is directly talking to her, so yeah.
Now, did you happen to know any of the students personally?
I was hanging out with some of them, but because of, not personally. I mean, not more personally than I might know other people,
And what other people might have been in the circle? I'd be very interested in talking to some of them.
Well, it's not really like a friend circle kind of thing. It's more just we all get deliveries sometimes.
Deliveries?
Yes, illegal very legal deliveries. Yes.
The deliveries.
Oh, it's the professor. Hello, Professor. So nice to see you.
Greetings. Now, who had
I'm talking to a member of the press.
Yes. Belladonna, did you have that that vial? Still.
Bella looks like a little put out that she has it.
You weren't exactly subtle.
And then she's gonna look at Joanne and just kind of be like, oh, well, darling, Miss Tilly here is also wondering if perhaps some of those deliveries of yours maybe look anything like this. She holds up the little glass vial.
Okay, yeah, I reckon you roll first. She looks very, like, paler. She's already very pale. But she kind of, like, just starts a bit. It's like, oh, I've never seen something like that in my life. What are you talking about? That's a dirty-looking bottle.
We're not the police, sweetheart. None of this is going to get to them. You don't have to be worried.
Something interesting kind of passes across her face. And she, like, if you want to, you can do a psychology roll, anyone. But yeah, she
try one.
I will.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me know if anyone passes. Yeah.
Yeah. 25 on a 50.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that would be, even at a hard.
Excellent. Good job.
37 on a 50.
Fantastic. Good job. Anyone else?
8 on a 35.
Oh, 8 on a 35. Oh, well. You did.
I did not get it. I should have a higher psychology. I didn't get it.
Oh, 35. Oh, yeah, 8. Yeah. I only have 8, so I was like, oh, an 8? No, yeah.
I wish.
Alas.
23 on a 20.
Oh,
that's so annoying.
Close.
Okay, so Peter and Tilly, you both notice, like, she's not specifically worried about the police. When Tilly says, oh, yeah, no, we're not going to tell the police. And she kind of just like nervously just kind of just like scratches like, the back of her like arm or something like that. Just kind of looks around a bit.
What was her surname again?
It was
Puckett?
Pucky, who knows? My parents say Pucky.
Miss Puckett, the safety of our students.
It sounds more refined like that.
It's not French, it is Puckett.
It could be French. I'm working on an angle.
I speak French. It is not French. Now.
Okay.
The safety of our students here is of the utmost importance. If you know anything, then it is deeply important that you cooperate with us for the safety of yourself and your peers.
Well, she looks again at the bottle that Bella's holding. I mean, yeah, I might know what it is, but my memory might be jogged if, I get, if anyone has any spare change, perhaps. Let's say $20.
How about 5?
Okay. So Tilly, I would like you to do maybe a persuade roll, please. Which is see how you go.
Oh, I got a 58 on a 60.
Oh, that's so close. She's like, okay, 5. I need the cash for reasons.
Certainly.
Before Tilly can take out any money of her own, I'm going to take out 10. Somewhat begrudgingly, but...
Oh. Okay, well, and she kind of just like quickly grabs that, and then just like stuffs it down her shirt. Like, okay, well, yeah, so, yeah, I know what the bottle's for. It's, well, It's a new drug, I guess. Called the Black. It's I mean, it's really great. It makes you see crazy things, but real things that happened long ago or far away, or maybe haven't happened yet. Sometimes these things are scary, but it makes you feel like a god. And yeah, that's what the bottle's for. But it's nothing like it's nothing bad.
What kind of things have you seen when imbibing this substance, Miss Puppet?
Lots of things, like a jungle. I've never been to one before. Or like a sky, like someone with like 5 faces. You know, much better than the regular stuff, anyway.
How have you imbibed other narcotics? Partaken in other narcotics? Don't
No,
worry.
I'm a good girl, Professor.
Miss Puckett, I will not report you to the school if you are honest to me.
I would like an intimidation roll then, Dobby. I believe, yes.
Intimidate? I don't know if I'm all that intimidating. No, I'm not. I'm persuasive. I was trying to appeal to like. Look, I was trying to say like, look, you've like, I've got no like. If you help, I'm like. Then I'm willing to let this slide.
Alright, so we can do persuasion if you then have him be like, oh, wait, like, so she might start and like look a bit more like hard face, and then if you want to do persuade, you can then, if satisfy, make soften it, I suppose.
Yeah. Look, I don't really have any care personally about whether or not you've used anything. I'm just trying to look at angles, see what you know, and try to get a baseline of what this substance, the black, is compared to other narcotics. And it's very much worth giving you leniency on this if it helps to save lives.
Okay, now you can roll persuasion.
Doesn't matter anyway, that's an 89.
Oh no! No. So yeah, she's just like, I might say nothing. I don't want to upset Paul. So and if Paul gets mad, then whoever he works for gets mad, and I get no more at the Black.
Oh.
So, and I don't care. You know, this is a bad university anyway. I wasn't meant to be a student.
That would be Paul Rogers, wouldn't it?
I don't know anyone called Paul Rogers. You can roll a psychology roll, but you can do that at the, so add an extra die to that.
Yeah.
So how does adding an extra die work?
So it's basically, it's just, so it's like a D10, so it's like the smaller number. You just roll twice and add the smaller number.
Okay, so an extra pair of dice, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Alright, so that's...
This is a pretty easy check.
Nope. 81 to 72.
I got a 66, and my cat keeps rolling my dice.
The best kind of dice roll.
I think I have a justification why I didn't pick up on that, though, which we'll get
That's
to
alright.
in a moment.
We can cover that in a moment.
Yeah.
Easy. Did anyone make it?
I got a 5.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she's lying.
I also succeeded. I got an 18 on a 20.
Oh, that's good. Excellent. Yeah, she's definitely lying. Yeah, she's and for that as well, the psychology roll, you can also, both of you also notice that she's probably not trying to cover up this dude to help him, but she's like you can't get the vibe that she doesn't want to, like, obviously, potentially show off her drug dealer, because then she's not going to get any more, which is basically what she's implied. So, yeah. Yeah.
So, Peter didn't pick up on that, because he was looking back to his wallet again.
Yeah.
He takes out another $10 bill. He says, if you can detail your experiences with prior drugs, particularly in comparison to the black, then this is yours, Miss Fawkes.
Okay, well, alright. If I'm honest, I haven't done anything since before this. I mean, booze, of course. But, I was just trying to impress a lot of the boys, and then, so this is really, I haven't really done anything apart from this, but there's nothing else I really want to do apart from, have you tried it? It's amazing.
Yes, I've got to say, I'm a doctor myself, and we're investigating a case where we believe that the black resulted in not one, but maybe 3 deaths. This is a very dangerous substance, so if you could tell me anyone else who who is taking it, that would be very useful in potentially saving lives.
Oh, well, I mean, that's a lot of the university, really. It's very popular, probably elsewhere too, I don't know. I mean, this is only one of the stops that Paul goes to, so, I don't know.
Right, well, I guess then that's a lot of people that might be able to tell us who is supplying them.
Oh, well, I'm sure they won't, because, yeah.
And that's a lot of other people who might get $10 or more.
Okay. So, all right, look, Paul Rogers. Well, he used to go to the school here, and he got kicked out for cheating because he's still got a bunch of friends here on campus, and he has a little job on the side. He was selling his booze for a while, and then a couple of months ago, he showed up with the black, and, since then, I know it's the same for me, but, no one really cares about the booze anymore, just the black. So he comes in about twice a week or more, but, the price keeps going up, so, She just pats where she's put the money. But, yeah, but that said, when he's only said it's like he doesn't even have anything. Like, I don't really know how, but he's never been caught with anything like it. He's got a very clean record. So I can't believe you really think people died from it.
Yes, absolutely. I was the one that examined the body, and that seemed like that was definitely the cause.
You sure they weren't sleeping?
There was no pulse.
Oh.
Yeah, so I would recommend that you do not use this particular drug. And
well, we'll see.
Well, thank you, Miss. The professor, they're $10 then.
He passes the $10 he had in his hand.
She grabs it off you and shoves it down to her dress.
Would you happen to know anywhere where Paul Rogers frequents?
I mean, he just kind of comes on campus every couple of weeks. You can roll a persuasion, a psychology, whatever you wish, as long as you justify it. You are pretty much asking your questions, so that's pretty much persuasion, I would say.
Yeah.
But alternatively, you can choose to roll psychology and just deduce if she's lying, which, please.
Oh, good. I got 11 persuasion.
Oh, wow. Okay. She just kind of just chews on her cheek for her. She's like, okay, I can tell you. He's very careful, but I even followed him home one time. He's seen some girl that's died and she's not even pretty. Less pretty than me.
Oh, that's a real shame.
Yeah, but yeah, he, yeah. It was only once, that's crime. I didn't go into his house or anything, so it's fine.
Yeah, of course. So would you know his address?
Yeah, sure. She reaches out for Tilly's notepad. And she takes it and then she'll write down on there yeah. Again, I only followed him home. I didn't do anything else. So I didn't sneak in or steal any of his things. So it's not a crime.
Yeah, that sounds fine. Not a cop.
Good. Well.
Now, having had a moment to think on it, do the things like the visions, the idea of visions being taken to other places, other times, ring true, combined with what I have been suspecting of potions and tinctures and rituals, would that?
Not solidly, but there have been talks of that. I mean, in a lot of your studies as well. They could be tied to what you've heard of the some kind of substance. Yeah.
Would it be worth rolling an occult to kind of see if this?
Probably not at this point, because the specific thing this is to do with, you wouldn't have had the chance to hear about yet. But yeah, it's related to these sorts of things. There's definitely something to it. It could just be a regular drug. Oh. But yeah, she just kind of just stands there looking you have any other questions? She's just looking at the direction of your wallet, basically. I'm a very talkative girl.
Do you have any information that might be pertinent remaining?
No, but I can tell you about anything you like.
I would like to know what's going on with the black, and if you have no more information on that, then I think that is us done here.
Okay. Well, I'll be seeing you again soon then.
Perhaps.
Of course. Thank you very much for your help, and good luck with your studies.
Yeah, studies. Sure. And she just kind of slinks back into her room and slams the door shut.
Yeah, she's not studying.
Absolutely not.
Did it really take y'all that long to work it out?
No, I was making a comment. I know she doesn't study.
That girl's here for the hot university boys and the occasional professor that she can convince is up her alley. I know her type. Would have been her type if I could have afforded this kind of education, but not all of us have to be beggars and choosers. So, are we going to that address, Miss Tilly?
Well, I'd assume so if we want to get to the bottom of things.
I absolutely want to get to the bottom of this case.
Tilly looks at what's written.
Excellent. So it's kind of a little drive away. It's still within Arkham though. So we'll probably take like a little while to get there. So ideally by car. But I don't know if you want to walk all the rest of the day, you can do that.
Do any of you happen to have an automobile?
Yes, yes, I do.
Oh, well.
Yes, you're welcome to hitch a ride. I can, if you could be so kind as direct me to that location.
Excellent. So do y'all want to do that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so I won't bother doing car rolls. I can pretty much assume Eugene can drive, so it's fine. But yeah, do you have a particular idea of what their car would look like, Joe? Or I don't know cars.
I don't know cars either.
It's a 1920s car. What color is it?
Blue. It's
a
a cool-looking blue car.
Yes, absolutely. Fantastic.
Has one of those horns that go honk honk.
Yes, it's probably a bit like old. It's not in like the best condition.
Yeah,
Has to be
that makes
cranked to get the engine started.
Yes.
Excellent. So,
Like a second-hand
Yeah.
Model T or something.
yeah, probably. So while you guys are driving, again, it's not a super long drive, but it's a decent way. It's starting to get darker in the day because it's that sort of time of the year where things are, starting to get cooler, and the sun sets a little bit earlier. And I'd like you all to do a spot hidden roll while you're having a drive, having a chat, presumably, or sitting there in awkward silence. Who knows?
100.
Okay, so I presume would you be like what are you talking about that has completely distracted you? Or I think, you could just be looking over your notes or
Yeah,
whatever.
I have a feeling that I'd probably be like scribbling away at
Yeah,
theories
that
and
makes
just
sense.
be way too engrossed in that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Absolutely.
I got an 81, which is very much a fail. So I think Eugene is very focused on driving, and they are quite a nervous driver. So they are going like very slow.
Extra
They're
slow.
very looking for any threats.
That's why it's getting darker at the moment.
Yes.
Slow drive.
I'm gonna scoot in here before Emily says anything, because Tilly's gonna be our last hope. I got a 70.
Oof. High numbers for this little trip.
25,
25, so that's a
which is a
success.
success.
Okay, so Tilly, on the way there, you might be you might be writing notes and stuff like that. On the way there, you think you sort of notice, you're just looking out, in the streets, they're familiar-ish. You've been around this area before. It's an okay kind of area. It's not like super poor, it's not super rich. But you see, you think you see for a moment sort of like something moving through the sky that's not a cloud. Something like it almost looks like possibly a wing or something, but not a bird's wing. Large and long. And for a moment, you follow that sight. Your investigatory journalist, eyes hook in on that, and then a cloud passes. It ducks behind a cloud, and then you see like a tall rooftop along there, and you think you see this very long, shadowy, elongated kind of shape just perched on the roof. And then Eugene might go over a pothole at an incredibly slow pace, and your attention is grabbed for a moment, and you look back and there's nothing there anymore. But it was something strange, definitely not a bird. Maybe it was a bird. That's what you notice. I won't... we can do a sanity roll. Please do a sanity roll for me.
Sure.
Okay, again, it's just a little one, just shaking.
It's a
Unless you
9.
roll a 9. Cool, excellent. So you're fine. That's fine. You're just like, excellent. So apart from that, you guys, Eugene finally gets you to Paul Rogers' house. So
Kelly, do you describe what you saw to us at all?
oh yeah, true. Good distinction to make.
She'd probably say, did any of y'all see that?
What?
There was something in the sky.
Something in this... Can you describe it?
And then she will describe exactly what she saw.
Okay. Does something like this ring any bells for Peter?
I mean, there's mythology about winged things. It's difficult to say with, like, something long, a long shape. I mean, it could also just be an overactive imagination. But, even with your interest peaked on that kind of thing, there's nothing specific that, ties it to the current happenings. It's just, that's a strange. That doesn't quite sound normal.
So nothing that kind of flies and is associated with visions and black.
Not particularly. I mean, churches talk about the devil and stuff like that. But it's probably not that.
It's totally that.
Who knows?
I mean, his predominant theory is like some sort of possession through the liquid at this point.
Who knows?
Eugene's just gonna be like, oh, weird. Yeah, we get some pretty big birds around here. Oh, sorry. Eyes on the road.
Bella, just goes, Tilly, have you been sniffing on those glass bottles? Now ain't the time for cloud shapes.
I'm
Can
not
I
the
look at
one.
your notebook?
I'm not the one who grabbed a glass bottle.
That's just investigative journalism. You should have. Bella continues her drive-long journey to get at Tilly's notebook and see what she's written.
You think that's me?
Yeah.
Tilly does not let Belladonna see what's in her notebook.
Spelled my name right the entire time. Eugene is thunk.
What a fun little trip. Some group of besties. Apart from that, it's a pretty okay journey. You arrive at the address that you were given, presumably Paul Rogers' house. It's a decent looking kind of little, just a little house. Not like a flat or anything like that. With a time mirror. Yeah, no. So there's no lights on in there. It doesn't look like anyone's home from the outside. While you guys are in the car anyway. Just like a single story kind of house. Nothing too flashy. Nothing too poor either. If everyone watching the podcast, Eugene's just gone through a mild car crash. The camera just went everywhere.
My cat knocked my camera off.
A cat runs across as you stop in front of the house.
To a stop, yeah.
But what do y'all want to do?
Well, I know young Joanne didn't go knocking on doors and breaking in, but off the record, wouldn't be my first time if we want to just go have a look-see.
I think it is pertinent to the safety of the school.
Dr. Eldon, I wouldn't have thought that of you. I guess we could have a little squiz through the windows.
Of course, just through the windows.
Excellent. So if you'll do, it seems like no one's home. Curtains are drawn, there's nothing much there. Yeah, it's, again, looks just like a regular house. Like looking in through the window, you can probably see like a couple of just like, it's got like a nice kitchen, that kind of thing. There's sort of like a small little garden. So like there's like there's like a front door. You think maybe if you go around the back, there might be other ways of entry. But yeah, pretty sturdy looking door. Yeah, it's again just a nice little brick house. Nothing particularly suspicious about it.
You know what? It's 1920s America. It's not a particularly urban place. I'm gonna cheekily see if the door is just left unlocked.
All right. I'd like you to do a luck roll then, I suppose.
Luck roll. Okay.
Yeah. It will. We'll say we'll make it like it's a hard one.
Okay, so I need to.
Yeah.
So 55.
Luck. Oh yeah, no, luck's just I forgot. Luck doesn't have that. It's just
So I'm looking at 55 or below. 49.
Aha. Okay. So what happens is this dude is probably a little bit careful, but he's not been that careful, and so you
people in villages don't lock their
catch.
Doors.
You kind of feel something catch and then just clunk a little bit, so it hasn't been locked. It probably hasn't been pushed shut properly enough for the lock to take. So then the door does pop open. There you go.
What?
And the cat jumps out, it does.
Yes, the cat charges out.
Well, we should probably check that everything is in order in there if he's left the place unlocked.
Professor, you're a man after my own heart. I was wrong about you. And then Bella just walks in. She's trying to be sneaky, but she's also she has the confidence of a hot person who's never had to really do a lot for herself. So
that's fair.
Yes, okay, we're breaking in.
I mean, if you're not comfortable with that, you could always stand watch.
No, I don't know. If I thought I wouldn't learn anything.
Long Ronaldo.
I'll come on in as well.
Tilly tiptoes past.
Perfect. So yeah, you kind of walk in. There's just a very small front room. It looks pretty decent. There's not too much personal stuff. It looks like it's a relatively new kind of little house that he might have moved into. There's a little picture of a girl that you think, and then like a little frame. You're like, oh, that's sweet. And then you look and there's a bunch of different pictures of other girls that have been signed or got little extra and stuff like that. And then the little front room table. And then his house consists largely of so it's got the front room. That's pretty much most of what you see. There's also a kitchen, a very small bathroom, and then a bedroom. Is pretty much what his house consists of. If you're looking for anything in particular, you can do a spot hidden kind of roll in a particular room if you like. It's up to you. Feel free to have a look around or just check that everything's okay, of course.
Tilly will have a poke around in the bathroom.
In the bathroom, okay. All right, so a spot hidden roll for that room then, please.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's a failure. 79.
Okay, yeah. So it's a bathroom. He's got a lot of little pomade and things like that. He's kind of left a couple of things out. It kind of looks like he's gotten himself nice to go out kind of thing. That's all you kind of get from the bathroom. It's a man's bathroom. So yeah.
Bella would have gone investigating the bedroom, and she rolled a 22 on a 25.
Oh.
That's a success.
close.
Eldon was going to go for the bedroom as well.
Okay.
Tried my point here. Yes.
Professor!
Nowhere near as good. That was a 97.
Not his favorite terrain. Okay. So
No, I'm not in the habit of frequenting students' bedrooms.
fair.
I am a student.
well. So yeah, okay. So Professor Eldon, you have a little look around. You're not really. You're probably looking actually for more like specifically arcane things or like bottles. Bella, you will. Not too much in the bedroom. Some beds. There's like couple of like notes and stuff like that on like the desk and things. Like it's like a small desk, things like that. There is a little actually, yeah. Well, you notice on the desk in particular, there's like not that many interesting notes. It's just like looks like some start of some kind of letter to like some girl that he's then crossed out the name of the girl and then changed it to something else. There is also a scrap of paper that I'm going to send to the message group, and we're going to put in the vodcast at some point. Some little scrap of something. It looks strange. And I will also then, Bella, since you got this first successful spot hidden as well, and it was quite a good one, I'll also get you to do a luck roll, please.
All right, so where is my luck number on my sheet?
The luck number is next to like the big Call of Cthulhu thing. It says luck total. It's like an on the
Should be blue.
left. Yeah, blue. So it's one of the big ones, like next to under your hit points, basically.
It just has a list of numbers up to 99.
Oh, okay.
Hang on.
Actually, I have your sheet here. You have 45 is your luck total.
45. Well, then I'll beat it by 10. That's a 35.
Okay, excellent. So for that one, considering your particular interests, you kind of like you look at this note, and you step back, and the floorboard creaks, in a specific way that denotes that it's creakier than just a regular floorboard creaking. That's all I'll say.
Bella, she takes that step back and her heel, connects at the floorboard and it creaks. And she just straightens up.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe floorboards usually creak in students' bedrooms.
Oh, they absolutely do. But they don't creak like that, and she's gonna bend down and try and move it.
What would I get you to do for that one? I mean, it could be a strength roll, or it could be, which would be interesting for you.
Yep.
What,
I'm weak.
I would also.
is there anything that I can do to help?
Look pretty.
If the
Okay.
two of us are trying to lift it at once.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll basically give Bella advantage. On the strength first. If you fail that, I will let you do a dex as a push.
Okay, cool. So I'm first making a
But something might happen.
What is
Fail
your
the dex.
strength?
30.
30.
Oh.
Oh!
Right.
14.
There you go. The professor and the would-be starlet managed to leverage up the wooden floorboard. And probably Tillian breaking these upstairs. As you'll be very happy. So under the floorboard are 4 full bottles of some black liquid. $140 in cash, and a bank ledger, which if any of you look at, it shows that Rogers has amassed a tidy sum of $1,145 in just a couple of weeks, quite rapidly building up from a couple of months. And a last note which talks about a supplier in his boss, I guess it implies, and it looks like he was trying to be very careful about it, but with either of you can roll a spot hidden. We'll see if you can notice something.
I think I just missed it. Yeah, 56 on a 50.
Oh no.
68 on a 25.
All right, okay.
Big
Is
failure.
this the kind of thing
Nothing in
that I can
particular.
push?
You can push if you like. Yeah. What? How do you think you'd want to push for it? It feels like it does more information to this paper, but that you can't see easily.
Tilly probably heads up at that
I think-
point.
Yeah.
Is there a light source that I can hold it up against?
Yeah. There's a lamp.
Yeah, I wanna hold it up against the lamp, allowing
Okay.
the light to kind of shine through.
Oh, I don't make you roll for that as a pushed one. Oh, I guess do another spot hidden roll then. Typically with a pushed roll, it's a different one, but have another go.
Okay.
And anyone who's in that room by that point can also roll as well in case you notice something.
Oh, okay. Okay, much better. I cannot get any better than that. That's a 1.
Oh, wow.
5.
Oh my god. Okay. All right then. So you probably hold this piece of paper up just as Tilly just like butts ahead into also look, and you'll see that he's written this little note. It seems pretty like broad, just talking about boss stuff, but it's obviously been on another piece of paper. You can see in the indent there's something that talks about, again, it's difficult to make out all of it, something that talks about someone called Jacob Dover. Now,
Does anyone?
where's my
Do,
list? Oh yes,
Does
sorry.
that
I.
If you found there.
What kind of lamp is this? Is this like? I'm just wondering, like, is it electric or oil or like wood burning or?
Let's say it's an oil lamp.
Okay. I'm just trying to think if there would be anything that I could use to do like a rubbing of this note to try to get what I. It's
Probably
it's
not
a
much
fast shot.
more
Yeah.
than the general gist you're getting of
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Tilly
have
will
it.
sort of
Jacob Dover.
Tilly will take all of the notes off of everyone and copy all of the notes down so that the notes can be put back.
Excellent. So, if you guys ponder about Jacob Dover, I would like y'all to make a credit rating roll, please.
All right.
Actually, credit rating. Where is it? Yes.
So not credit
Cool.
rating or history, just credit rating.
Just credit rating.
Alright.
There will be particular. So, credit rating will be a regular success for either. Oh, it's the problem. The regular success for either Bella or Tilly. Eugene a hard success. Professor will be an extreme success, unfortunately.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Darby.
I did so well too.
I'm sorry.
I did so well. I had
Oh
an
my God.
18.
Normally, I go
I
44.
had an 18 on a 60.
I'm sorry.
That is- Actually, I can spend luck to make that.
You can.
I got 19 on a
So-
20.
It's 1 to 1.
10 or 20.
1 to 1.
Yes.
I'm gonna spend 6 luck points to get that to a 12,
Okay.
which is my extreme.
Zoe, would you like to say what Bella has gotten?
She got a 1.
Okay. So most of y'all have heard of Jacob Dover. I don't know about Eugene. I possibly not. The reason that Eldon, it's much less likely is because this is a lot more of an Arkham local type thing. Same for Eugene. But you have heard of him mentioned. You're trying to recall where. So your memory might be jogged in a moment. But basically, Bella, oh yeah, this is gossip. Tilly, this is gossip. This is what both of you guys like looking into for various reasons. So, you've heard of the Dovers. So the Dovers were basically once super rich and well-to-do. This was again before the time some of you were born, but you've heard this. 20 years ago, Margaret Dover died in a boating accident, and her husband Jonathan Dover went a little bit crazy. He started globe-trotting around the world pretty much. In his quite young son, you heard he was about 6 or 7, Jacob, along with him. He used his entire family fortune to fund these excursions, basically, until the money ran out. 2 years back, Jonathan and Jacob returned from their travels completely broke. They lived a low-key life together. Even Bella hasn't heard much about that, away from the public eye, until Jonathan, the dad, died sometime last year. None of you know what he died of, though. No one knows what happened to Jacob after that. He's kept a pretty low profile. None of you know him that well. Bella, you might have heard a little bit of him through gossiping, through like Cyril, the barman at the speakeasy you go to, but like nothing interesting particularly. He's a pretty quiet dude. So obviously still somewhere in Arkham. And you might have seen him around, but you wouldn't know. The only notable story is pretty much about the family. So very wealthy. Wife died. Father went globetrotting and took the little kid with him. And then came back recently. The father died about a bit under a year ago. It's pretty much what you'll know.
All right.
Yeah.
Seems like a lead.
Can you say that name for me again?
Jacob Dover?
Dover. I heard of the Dovers.
Isn't he the son of that woman that died in a boating accident?
Oh, see, I know him as the son of that man that went mad. Done what spent all their money going around the world for no good reason, dragging poor Jacob along with him. Poor boy, barely see him nowadays.
Didn't his father pass away just around a year back?
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of news about it, considering they used to be so wealthy. It's quite sad, really, that no one really knows much about him anymore. But, now why would Jacob be involved in anything to do with this black stuff?
Well, I mean, it looks like it's quite lucrative. If anything, it may be a way of making money.
Maybe. Oh, do you think it's like one of them stories? Do you think when he and his daddy went out, that when they came back, they brought the black with them, and they thought, oh, what a cool, sweet, sexy thing, and then all of a sudden, old Papa croaks, and now Jacob's got a good job selling the thing that done what killed his dad.
This may be completely out there, but I have a new theory
Would make a good movie.
that jumps out of my current running theory.
What's your running theory, Professor?
Some sort of possession facilitated by the black. My thought is now that potentially John, driven mad with grief, sets off into the world to try to find whatever he can to bring his wife back from the brink.
Oh.
Spends all his money and in the process and goes further and further mad and finds this substance that supposedly provides visions to other times, other places, and brings it back to America. Potentially in hopes that it can bring him back to his wife, or possibly because it keeps giving him visions of his wife.
Sort of romantic when you think about it. Unless you're Jacob.
It is, right up until the point where Jacob starts selling it to students who subsequently die of it.
Well, also up until the point where, Daddy was dragging poor son around the entire time, neglecting him on a case to, bring back his dead wife. But, everyone's got daddy issues.
You're assuming neglect. The neglect might not have been the case. I'm not trying to defend the man, but...
Bella looks at him, looks at the black, looks back at him, raises an eyebrow.
How old was Jacob when they departed?
Oh, he would have been about 6.
Okay, yes, neglect seems the more logical option.
Eugenius, by the way, Eugenius definitely looks quite uncomfortable with this whole conversation and has been, avoiding eye contact with everyone. But then, they'll pipe up and be like, yes, actually, I must say that was actually quite a decent hypothesis. I was expecting some weird tale of some magical possession and everything. In actuality, it's quite common that people who are undergoing psychological ailments might squander their funds and neglect their children. And it would be quite a reasonable assumption that this child then wants to restore their wealth so that they can live a decent life.
Yes, you forget sometimes, Eugene, that while I seek out the arcane, I don't see it around every corner. I know that sometimes a spade is a spade, but it must always be kept in mind that there are supernatural explanations that have as much logic to them as the natural ones. Whether it is simply someone seeking them out, or whether it is someone stumbling upon ones that are there, however rare they may be. You and I saw the same thing on that island.
Indeed, and I'm certain that there is a rational scientific explanation for it all.
Now, before y'all continue, perhaps this is a conversation, discussion, argument, whatever it is. I think it should happen after we leave the house.
Yes.
Of course, apologies.
Do we have anything more we feel we need to look at here? If not, then I suggest we depart.
I feel we've got enough, and I've got it all written down in my notebook.
All right.
Yes, the clues.
Bella will put the floorboard back into place.
Excellent.
And then we'll leave.
All right. So, do we know where to find Jacob?
He ain't never been nowhere that I've seen recently. He's a little bit of a ghost nowadays. I've heard a couple odds and sods from my friend Sarah, but ain't nothing concrete. Might be able to check with him, see if anything's up, but I don't know.
That piece of paper, the original piece of paper that Belladonna found,
Yes.
it had the beginnings of what looks like a business card kind of thing on it. Campbell's
Absolutely.
MEA, which I'm going to assume is meat.
Yep.
Would you be able to deduce anything?
A history check?
History?
Yeah.
Let me find that. Oh, yeah. It's at 15.
So, with that, you would remember you did a one of your earlier projects that you did when you came to Arkham was just a very fun, exciting news, just feature, like little side piece, just a fun history fact thing about Arkham, and it rings a bell. This is not a place that's open anymore, but basically there was an abattoir that kind of basically it's one of the rivers that flows into like the Miskatonic River that runs through all of Arkham, but basically pretty much it was once called Campbell's meat processing plant. Meat processing. It was kind of closed down like around 30 years ago or so, where like the local supply of meat kind of dried up and moved away, I guess. The stuff became more metropolitan. But yeah, you can kind of like assume that's probably what it's talking about. It was a place back then. It might still be worth checking out. I don't know.
Now, why would a young student under 30 have some kind of business card or flyer for a place that's been closed 30 years?
That is quite strange.
So quite interested in the figures that were written on that card.
Indicates a certain profit margin, and I mean, I'm sure as many of us know, there are plenty of buildings in this city that ain't housing the businesses they say they do nowadays.
Indeed.
I say we have a look.
Worth it to sneak around, I think.
Why not?
Okay. So do you all hop into Eugene's grandpa driving?
Pile back into the grandpa car.
All right, everyone.
Just having a little drive out to the fun little tasty old abattoir, I guess. You're just going straight there? Yeah. Awesome.
Well, I don't think we've picked up on anything that would indicate elsewhere.
Easy. Alrighty then. So yes, I will. So pretty much. I will get my little notebook out, or my official book out. All right, so you guys, it's again off the Miskatonic River. It's the abattoir is on River Street, as you guessed, kind of next to a small stream that the locals there actually used to call Blood Creek, for all the waste runoff that it would contain. Very fun fact for you all. But yeah, so kind of. It's sort of like a sizable parcel of cleared land. There's sort of like, you can see as you kind of pull up, there's sort of empty holding pens. And there's like just a large warehouse like building, which is not uncommon for these parts. And yeah, that's what you see pretty much at this point. You see it's quite dark by now. You see sort of dim, like kind of lamp lights through the windows. Nothing too incredibly noticeable, but yeah, looks like maybe there might be some people inside, maybe not. Depends. Maybe someone just left their lights on. That's what you see from the outside. There's also like trees growing around. It's clear, like you can like clearly tell, like this is just, it looks like a pretty derelict kind of building. Again, apart from the lights being left on, there's trees growing through stuff. You can see like, yeah, what used to be holding pens, but there's like trees growing in and stuff. There's a lot of grass growing around. So it definitely hasn't been used for its intended purpose for quite some time, which checks from what Dilly knows. While you're chilling in the car, checking it out.
Excellent. So, what's our approach here so we don't get arrested for breaking and entering again, or run right into whoever's there? Otherwise, I guess if it's a speakeasy, that could be nice. I could really do with a drink.
Oh, so we're just gonna say it. Okay. I
mean, I may have seen you singing there before. So.
Well, I just wasn't sure if you were the sort to keep it under wraps or not. But we do a good job here. We can go hit up that speakeasy afterwards. Sarah owes me a couple drinks. But are we not wanting to engage with the drug dealers? I was assuming we were of the sort that we were gonna stick our little noses in and see what was up. Are there consequences to actions like that?
We
Generally.
get brutally killed.
Yeah. Shot, stabbed, tortured, beaten. You don't want to go up against these fellas.
Oh.
We'll also ask Tilly to do a spot hidden roll while you're listing the ways that things could go bad.
This ain't nothing like them hooch dealers.
How'd you go?
It's a 24.
The success?
I think is just a success. I think it's 20. I think my spot hidden's 25. Hang on.
Okay.
My phone has locked it. It will not open.
Oh, good. I should have written them down.
I've got it elsewhere. Let me just.
That's all right.
Oh. That passes handily. It's 35, so yes.
Oh, there we go. Excellent. Cool. Bad for you. Sanity roll, please. While you're saying that and listing those sorts of things, you kind of while you're gesturing, you look up and you see again some kind of shape in the sky that just completely gone. The second, but just for a moment, you see some kind of like a giant bat, but not a giant bat, too long. But it's gone. Probably nothing. How'd you go for your sanity roll?
13.
13. Yes.
She's a cool cucumber.
Yeah, she's fine. This is okay. This could be a story.
Mashed.
Perfect. So that happens while you're talking.
Fingernails. Did anyone else see that? Or is it just me again?
What did you say?
It kind of looked like a giant bat, but bigger and more elongated.
Elongated giant bat. Was this the same shadowy figure you saw last time? Or similar to?
Is it similar to what I saw last time?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Basically the same.
Now, does a giant shadowy bat ring anything in my memories of? I mean,
again, the only thing you think of is vampires. You probably don't think it's vampires, but it could be vampires. Surely it's vampires.
I begrudgingly turn back to my list where I had possession and vampires with vampires crossed out. And next to the crossed out vampirism, I rewrite vampirism question mark.
Incredible. I love that visual. That's very good. Excellent. Yeah. What you gonna do?
All right. Well, if y'all know about consequences, what should we do next then?
Is anyone armed?
Oh, yes. I've been traveling quite a bit, so it's going to be a little bit dangerous. I have a .32 revolver.
Yes, I have a revolver as well. I don't want to be caught unawares like the night in the lighthouse again.
Yes, I even went and upgraded since the last time. That was quite dangerous, and I also practice my shooting a little bit.
Ms. Virtue, Ms. DeRosa, are either of you armed at all?
I got a switchblade and a disarming personality.
Both have their uses.
I have nothing but my wits and my pen.
Is it a fountain pen?
Probably.
Then I'd recommend aiming for the neck.
I'll keep that in mind. But just in case, I suggest we try and sneak up to some windows around the side.
So,
Great plan.
just to confirm, because I was the one
That's
who
to
was
lightly
all
rain.
for walking up.
Please continue.
I was the one who. Look, I was the one who was all for just like walking up to the front door and like just wooing our way into this. But is our plan now that we're just going to make sure they make the black here, and then if they do, we're going to call the police?
I have a plan that might be a little insane. Why not both? Why not have an eye through the window, and you, Ms. Virtue, attempt to get in through the front door with your, as you say, disarming personality.
Sort of a honeypot.
Something like that. Mr. Rosa, Dr. Ronaldo, do either of you have a particular keen eye?
Statistically, no, but yes, I would say so.
I'm not too bad, I'd say.
So what's your spot hidden?
30.
35.
Yeah. Okay, so mine's at a 50. So maybe if I look... So what I might
I
suggest...
do not know why I didn't think to bump that stuff.
Yeah. What I'm going to suggest is that Eldon looks through the window. Maybe Tilly as well. And Eugene keeps an eye on Belladonna.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
So
Tilly is also
Interesting plan.
pretty stealthy.
yeah.
This is how Bella dies.
It's a plan. If you wish to enact it, we can see how it goes.
Is anyone opposed to this plan? Maybe give Ms. DeRosa and myself a bit of a head start, so that if we hear anything particularly problematic, if we see or hear anything particularly problematic inside, then we can call a halt on the operation.
That's fair. You see anyone with a machine gun, you wave your arms real hard and we'll get right out of here.
Certainly.
Indeed. I'll have my revolver ready. It's needed.
Alright, then off you two go.
All right, so you guys, from my understanding, is you're trying to sneak up to a good vantage point to kind of spy, like, through the windows at different points, or at the same point?
I'd say at different points to just kind of
Okay.
widen our odds.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So probably from where you would approach, there's a couple of like little windows. Some of them are boarded up, but you would probably both manage to. Are you hoping to like have like one on each side of like this is a fairly decently sized warehouse?
Probably a good idea to have one on each side.
Okay, cool. So
and I'm
there'll be
keeping an ear out as well through this entire.
Yes. So I'm gonna need both of you to roll a stealth check and a luck, please.
Stealth and a luck. Okay, I'm not great at the stealth.
Alright, so that's 31
Well, I'm
for
fine.
stealth, which is a success.
Okay, so success on stealth for Tilly.
I rolled
How'd you
a
go for
4.
stealth?
I rolled a 4 on 20.
You're a very stealthy, life little nerdy professor.
That is
Somehow.
that is somehow extreme difficulty I succeeded on.
Yeah,
and the luck,
that's incredible. Yeah, well, how did you guys go for
I'm
luck?
down to 49.
27 for luck.
5.
6, which is...
Oh my gosh. Okay, both
Wow.
successes. That's incredible. You guys are rolling really well. I now get to do a couple of rolls to see if something, someone, some peoples do anything. Just a momento. And then we can
Is
proceed
Eugene
to the next
going
part of this mission.
with Bella, or just I'm going to be like a bit off to the side waiting?
Yeah,
for
you
rushing?
guys decide what your plan is too.
So, Eugene, do you want to come up with me, or do you want to be some kind of lookout?
I don't really know how effective I would be as a honeypot.
I mean, you're very beautiful and handsome at the same time. It's quite a combination.
Oh no, thank you. Yes, I start to lose weight. That's not the most common. Appreciated. But no, I perhaps would you like it if I say waited around the corner with my pistol?
I think that would be helpful. I do have a lot of faith in myself, but I also understand that some of these addict types can be a bit volatile, and you can't always predict that kind of stuff, you know?
Yes, and those in charge of the industry can be rather ruthless.
Yeah, that's the thing. Every time I've seen you at the speakeasy, Cyril says you're talking to upper management. Now, who's that? Because he won't even tell me, and he tells me everything.
Oh, well, I have a number of friends in the... You know, I went to college myself, and I attended fair few speakeasies. I'm not sure why Sarah would refer to them as the upper management. Maybe it's an in-joke of his.
Eugene, we've literally broken into a house together. I think you can tell me what's going on. Especially when it's at my place of work.
Well, I must say that I think you, I've certainly seen talking to some shady individuals myself. Do you have an interest in such matters?
Absolutely not. I'm a shady individual in my own right. I'm looking out for me and my sense of stardom. I don't need to get in the muck. I just sing at the speakeasy to get my name out there. I ain't doing anything with no peddling or trading.
Oh, that sounds wonderful then. I would encourage you to stay that way. It's not a great place to be, or a place that I really want to be. You can probably get the gist.
It you see the little tick, tick, tick. Oh. So that's upper management.
Yes, I would advise that you keep your distance.
Well, I mean, I already did. But...
And you're doing a good job.
Damn, I would not have picked that for you, Dr. Eugene.
Yes, I would definitely have not picked it up for myself either. I really just want to be a scientist. But life has its ways.
Oh, I know. Do you know how long I've been trying to break it in the talkies? And yet all they do is tell me that I ain't got the voice for it.
What would her voice be like?
It's this very southern accent, mostly.
Like, even when she's singing? Oh, the talkies. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, talkies.
I misunderstood. Yes. Oh, well, that's just silly.
I know, right? half these talent agents wouldn't actually know talent if they punched him in the face. And I would know I've nearly come to blows with most of them. They're out there hiring bloody Zazas and all that. And I'm right here, and I'm hotter than most of them. It's really outrageous.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, I hope you have success in the future.
Oh, thank you. And I hope you no longer have to keep talking to upper management and you can get whatever job it is scientists get that makes them happy. That would be nice for you, I assume.
Yes, well, let's hope I find a way. All right, so, do you have a good plan on how you're going to approach these people?
Well, as long as those two haven't found some kind of machine gun or Tilly doesn't see another shape in the clouds, what I'm thinking is I'm going to go up like some sort of prospective buyer, tell them that Jacob sent me, or maybe even Polly, or maybe even Walter, since bless his soul, he's not here to contradict me. And then just ask if there's anything I can buy. See what happens. And then once I've got the stuff, we take that to the police, get all our names in the paper.
I guess so. I mean, hopefully it's not a well-kept secret of the headquarters.
Well, maybe. I can just tell them I followed a paper trail, or that Walter had real loose lips. What are they gonna do? Poor kid's already dead.
Yes, I guess so. That's a good plan. All right, then. I'll be here to cover your back.
Fantastic. And then she's going to look out the windscreen to see if anyone is waving their arms wildly to indicate, don't go through with it.
Well, what do we see and hear to make that judgment call based on?
Yeah, so with your rolls, things seem to be pretty much okay. It's fairly quiet in there, but you can see some movement. Yeah, both of you rolled pretty well. Both of you notice a couple of people with a similar kind of disposition as a couple of people you've seen before. They're very gaunt looking. They're kind of like moving around a bit slowly, or just sitting down, like looking just very tired. Sometimes, which one? Okay. So Professor, you see at one moment, again, it's gone in an instant, some shape, long but moving through the air, just for a moment, just flits past your view, inside the warehouse, but again, it's nothing solid enough.
Consistent with the shape that Tilly has described?
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it had wings, and it was long, elongated.
Quietly takes out his notebook. And
excellent.
Underlines slowly, vampirism.
Excellent. But that's pretty much what you see. There's a little bit of movement inside, nothing too major. But yeah, in fact, from your vantage points, while Bella and Eugene are having a conversation, from Tilly and probably like more clearly from Tilly's vantage point, but both of you would see another person, you don't recognize them, comes up to one of the doorways and kind of like knocks on it. You don't quite catch from the vantage point you're at, you don't quite catch what they say, but one of the gaunt kind of figures moves in to go and have a talk, and then kind of pauses for a bit, because again, Eugene and Bella are having a fairly lengthy conversation before they're trying to psych themselves up, and while you guys are pretty much getting into place, one of the figures goes towards sort of like a part more central to the facility, like the building, and then pauses and then comes back, and then depending on how long it takes, will then hand over something to the person that's the shadow, like the person's, they're trying to make themselves not seem noticeable.
I'm guessing even with a high listen, it's not quite possible to catch even like an errant word in the conversation.
I mean, if you want to roll for that, you can.
I do have a pretty high listen.
Good luck.
43 on a 71.
Yeah, that's not bad. Okay.
So it would be a standard success.
Yeah, standard success. I'll give you a bit of it. How did Tilly go?
It's a 31 on a 55.
Okay, yeah. So you both kind of hear things that are like, I'm here to pick up. And then when and there's like just mumbling from one of the figures from inside, and then they're like, good, I'll go and distribute. Good, pleasure doing business with you. Give my regards to the boss. And then that's all you hear pretty much. As that person sneaks off in another direction. There's a couple of ways to approach this point, but yeah. They're trying very hard to be sneaky. That's what you guys observe. Yeah. Do y'all wave at the others, or what do y'all do?
I'm going to wave at the others.
Is that a do it wave or a don't do it wave?
Probably a do it wave.
Eugene, does that look like a do it wave or a don't do it wave?
Yes, certain it's a do it wave.
Well, I'm always willing to do it. And then Bella's gonna take off her little coat that she's had on, takes off her sweater, unbuttons a bunch of buttons on her shirt, puts her coat back on, gets out of the car, and starts walking towards the building.
Eugene's eyes just go big and they're like, and then they get their gun out for ready.
Excellent. Cool. You're not sneaking, are you, Billy? You're just going up.
I'm gonna make it look like I'm sneaking, but I don't want to actually surprise these people.
All right. So yeah, or make you roll for that. And Eugene, you're from a particular. You're keeping your distance, yeah? Or
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So I won't get you to roll anything yet, but we'll see.
I might try to sidle around to the corner so that I'm closer to where Belladonna is if something goes down, but I'm not within sight.
Yeah, sure. So it'll be a little bit closer to Tilly. So yeah, roll me another stealth check, please.
96.
Oh, okay.
Is there some way I can push this? Or
There's a way you can think to push it.
have I got something where I could,
How many luck points do you have?
Is there some sort of not enough? Not enough. Is there some way? Is there some sort of machinery on the outside of the building?
There's a very rusted looking kind of like little grinding type thing, like little spikes.
Okay.
It's like it might be used to cut something or grind something up. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No. That's. I thought I actually had some operate heavy machinery. It's at one. It's at one.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So for that, you don't hear anything immediate.
Better, but could I kind of is there a way that I could use a climb to try to?
I mean, you could try. If you want to try and climb, you hear like some kind of movement. If you want to try to climb, I will say though, you can push that. That will be a hard success. If you fail it, it will attract a lot more attention.
Yeah, I'm not gonna push it then. Like, climb is not high enough for it to be.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so you and Tilly would also hear some kind of noise. Like there's a bit of movement inside. There's a whoosh in your ears. Not the whoosh of a bullet or anything. That's fine. That's all you hear for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All my good stuff is basically the soft skills.
Yeah.
Spotting stuff,
You're
knowing
approaching
stuff.
an abattoir. Yes.
Bit of talking.
Yeah. Yes. Oh. Alrighty. Yes. So Bella, you approach the slaughterhouse.
I approach the slaughterhouse completely unaware of the potential foreshadowing or dramatic irony inherent in this action. As I wander up, making myself look as beautiful as possible, which is very easy for me.
It's very easy, yeah.
With as much décolletage showing as is legal in this era. And I go up, and I'm gonna knock on.
Okay. Let's have a look. I'm gonna roll some dice. Okay. All right. So there's a little bit of movement. And then it's a pretty it's a reinforced wooden door, but it's been reinforced with metal. It still looks really old. Everything's quite rusted. And then it opens a crack, kind of like a pallid kind of like gaunt kind of face pokes out. A woman, and she opens the door and pokes her head out. Just the head though, like, can I help you?
Yeah, I was given this address.
What for?
Well, I was speaking to Walter. Do you know God, Zoe need to remember the name.
Yes, Walter.
Walter Resnick.
Yes.
Walter Resnick. He told me to come here if I wanted to learn new things about myself.
Oh. I ain't heard anyone like that before.
Oh, really? He seemed quite adamant that Polly and Jakey had told him about it.
Oh, Paul.
You know Polly?
Paul Squeal. Yeah. You don't know Paul?
Oh, no. I've only really met Walter.
She kind of like looks back as if she's kind of like sizing something out or like contemplating something. And then she's like, I'm gonna go talk to some people. You can wait outside here.
Oh, are you sure? It's frightfully cold. And it's raining.
All right, do you want to roll an appearance score, Zoe?
Yes.
What is the score?
It'll be like a 99. You failed.
That would be so funny. I have an appearance score of 9. Oh, let me double check. I have an appearance score of 90 and I rolled a 48.
Yeah, and I rolled, and she kind of just like looks you up and down. She's like, maybe you can wait inside.
I promise I won't touch nothing. I'm a good girl.
I believe you are. And she does open the door. Again, just a very thin, very pallid looking woman. Doesn't look like in the best state of health, but she does open the door for Bella. Don't take long, but you can wait inside.
Oh, you're the absolute bee's knees, darling. Thank you so much.
She can't look at your face.
As Bella walks in, she does that thing where she trails one hand along this woman's arm and just goes and sits in a chair.
And then she kind of just keeps looking back at Bella, and then she will head further into the area. Now, while you're waiting here, there's a couple of little lights lit. You can't see much more than Eldon or Tilly can see. It's there's just a couple of lights. They're casting long shadows along here. And there's kind of there's sort of noises of something might be something bubbling. There might be there's noises of just people moving around, just lightly though. There's kind of metallic sort of scraping noises, and it's just something else that you can't quite put your finger on. But and there's if you look up, there's sort of a conveyor system of sorts of chains and hooks running along the ceiling that run further into the facility, and then you look up, you look down, and there's old bones of animals, big bones that could be cattle, and just states of just some of them ground up. They all look very old. And there's just muck everywhere. Your shoes are gross the second you stepped in, especially since it was starting to rain outside. Having fun, Doctor and Tilly, I'm sure, and Eugene also. Eugene, I'll also ask you to do a stealth check, please.
Yes, absolutely. I also think you do find out that Belladonna has gone outside. Yeah. Oh, fantastic. That was a 5.
Oh, okay. You're stealthy as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Okay. Cool. You managed to, and by the point where you've gotten to as well, you can now both clearly see both Tilly and Dr. Eldon as well. From where you are. You figure you're pretty well covered. You're not too sure, but hopefully.
I just give them an anxious thumbs up.
Fair.
Keep my hand on my gun, trying to listen in.
Excellent. Fantastic. All right, if no one else does anything, then Bella kind of, you're still just waiting. It's very quiet. You can hear just low noises. There's people muttering. There's again kind of just this kind of just noise of something, like a fish swimming through the water, but it's not a fish, probably. And then you do hear the woman you were talking to, and as you kind of your eyes adjust to the patchy light, you can see some people they're not too far away from you, just listlessly sitting down. There are kind of do they just look like they're about to they're just having a nap or something? They're not even paying you any attention. But you hear the woman, you hear noises of her saying quite agitated. And then there's just but then and then there's suddenly the sound of footsteps coming closer to you.
I stand up and I make myself look real presentable. And I also try to look as innocent as possible.
Okay. Well, we'll see what it calls for in a moment. So the woman is there. There is also a couple of people now. So same one. And the professor couldn't see the same things, but not as clearly as you can, because you're right there. Eugene is a little bit more difficult, but they can see something. Kind of approaching you is, again, yes, that woman. There's a very big, tall, burly man that you kind of vaguely, you'd probably recognize that, so I make you roll for it. You're pretty sure he played football at some point on like campus or something like that, and he just stopped turning up. But he was pretty decent a while ago. You can't quite remember his name, but very tall and imposing. Probably doesn't look as friendly as you might have remembered back then. And then with very close to him is sort of quite a tall, considerably good looking, for the people who've seen others, and like unlike most of the characters in this tale, quite healthy looking, man of like maybe in his late 20s possibly. He's got sort of like dark hair slicked back under like a broad brimmed hat, like a gangster but not quite, and he has sort of like a big heavy dark coat and is wearing quite nice clothes. His eyes are quite piercing and dark with something hard and private and perhaps not as healthy. And yeah, he just kind of just approaches, looking both impatient but still pretty calm, and he's like, here. What brings you to this parts?
Good evening. I'm Belladonna Virtue. I was told by Walter Resnick that this was the place to go to learn some new things about myself.
Walter? Who's he?
One of the students on campus at the university.
He looks at like the big burly man next to him, and then like the woman that had gone to fetch him. Basically, he's like, I see. Okay, interesting. And he kind of like looks up, sort of like over your shoulder, and just like a nod. And he's like, okay, we'll look into that. That shouldn't have happened. You shouldn't be here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause any offense or harm.
Of course not. What was it? Belladonna, was it?
Yes.
So, okay. What are you looking for here?
Well, like I said, Walter told me I could learn some new things about myself, and he's been imbibing some new things lately, and girls get curious and want to experiment, you know?
Do I hear any of this from outside?
Yeah, probably. It's difficult, but probably with your score, yes. Just raises his eyebrows. He's like, well, we ain't got nothing like that here.
Oh. Well, then Walter must have been lying to me.
He must have been. We just produce kind of ink.
Oh, ink?
Yeah, we're real big on the ink, you know? Supporting the printing press and all that.
Oh, well, that's real noble of you. I'm a big fan of the written word.
He looks you up and down. I'm sure you are.
Well, I'm real sorry to have bothered you like that and to have brought such terrible ideas to your door when clearly you're a bunch of very respectable people. That's
it. I'm a good and honest citizen, just as many of you are. I deserve the same amount of respect too, so
Oh, absolutely.
I don't appreciate people poking around.
Oh, and believe me, I would not have poked around if I had not been led to believe that it was worth the poking. But sorry, what was your name? I do not mean to be disrespectful to you, sir.
Jacob Dover.
Mr. Dover, I am so sorry. I will surely leave and tell Walter right off for sending me on this wild goose chase and disrespecting you.
It's nothing different. Well, he kind of like looks between the people, like between the woman and the big burly man next to him, and then back in the area, and then at this point, and then he looks up over your shoulder again, and he's like, well, you know what? I don't think you or your friends out there are going to be doing that anytime soon.
Mr. Dover, I don't know what you mean.
And at this point, so what's going to happen is, just one moment. So Darby, do you remember when you like did that stealth roll?
Yeah.
Yeah, so nothing seemed to happen at that point, but I mean, a great thing happens in a sense for you. You get to see a creature
Okay.
that dives out of the sky in front of you, almost making no sound, like a fish underwater, but
Okay.
not.
Do I
so,
always recognize the kind of thing this creature is from my studies?
You sadly don't, so this is great. This is some new news for you. I'm going to draw up some fun art that I'll have to find some proper art that I can drop in, but this is what you guys will get to see. Tilly will also see this, and so will Eugene. So this basically looks like a demon. It's a very long, elongated kind of creature. A long sort of scorpion-like tail and great big leathery wings. And it is going to... Ooh. Cool. All right. So what it does is, you're lucky in a sense. It's going to try and grab hold of you. Now, you can try. That would be a contested strength roll. So let's see how it goes.
What are my other options?
You can. It'll be strength first. You can try and push for something after. Unfortunately, it's a hard locked one.
Okay. This is my strength is a 40.
What's the, you know, there's a chance.
43.
Oh no!
No. Luck.
Yes.
Luck.
Yes.
I am spending the 3 luck to get me to 40.
Okay. So, what happens is, okay, cool. It doesn't get to do it. Cool. So what it does is, it tries to grab for you. It has long, like its arms are like the length of your body. It's like not incredibly tall, but it's just long limbs, very creepy, not great for just you to see right now. I would like you to do a sanity roll also, please.
Okay, I have good sanity.
Yeah, so we'll see.
That's 75 on a 70. Do I want to spend the luck? Do I want to spend the luck? I'm spending it.
Okay.
It's only 5. I'm spending it.
Alright, cool. That's fine.
I'm hemorrhaging luck, but...
Yeah, so... You are just going to get one 1 point of sanity loss,
Okay.
which is fine. Could be worse. If you got more than 5, you would have a bout of madness.
Okay.
Excellent. But yeah, cool. Also, Tilly, you've already seen them. Oh, Eugene, sorry, I'll make you do a sanity check as well. Tilly's
Yes,
already
of
seen this
course.
thing, so you don't actually have to roll again. You're just seeing this thing up close now. Yay!
So as this is happening, can I just shout out, go, 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 go?
Yeah, you could do that. Excellent.
And I am deliberately, because I heard that we're made, I am deliberately trying to get as much volume so that Belladonna hears me inside.
Yeah, actually. What we'll do is this is a little bit loose with colloquial rolls, but you know, we've been in this bench for a little while. What I'm going to do is so we're going to do initiative quotation marks. Oh.
I just put in the chat, I got a 99 for sanity roll.
Oh, okay. Well, then one moment.
I think that's technically within fumble range too, isn't it? Because it's 96 plus.
Hang on.
Oh, with that too, I can expend some luck if it will be really disastrous result.
Yeah.
Just to get it into the fail range.
Yeah.
Look, yeah, you might want to. You're only going to lose a little bit of sanity, but yeah.
I may as I'll get it out at the fumble range, but
Okay.
I haven't expended any yet.
Awesome. That's all right. Regardless, if you reduce those sanity, you reduce those luck points, you take 3 so 3 points of loss to your sanity, which is again could be worse. I could have rolled a 5 or more. But yes, so this is a creepy this is a real thing. Looks like a demon, like an actual demon. And it just tried to grab Professor Eldon. So I'd like everyone to have a look at their decks. I'm going to make a couple of notes quickly. Their deck scores, and then we need to determine what order everyone's in.
Mine's 50.
50, yep.
Mine's 55.
55, Okay.
Tilly, do you want to go first?
60.
Okay.
My base dex is 90.
Oh my god.
What in
Okay.
the min-max?
Maxed out hotness and dex like a real rogue. That's what I'm here for,
What is my lovely Jacob's score? Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Bella, you are top of initiative quotation marks. Again, people, if you've enjoyed this, I really hope you have. Please look more into this. I'm simplifying this a bit. But yes, Bella, you are basically, you get the first move, I suppose. What do you want to do?
Okay. So Jacob has just said that he knows about my friends outside, and then Eldon has yelled, go, 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 go. So I'm going to look at them, I'm going to shrug and say, pleasure doing business with you, and I'm going to bolt. I'm going to run. I'm going to run out of there.
Fair. Okay, cool. Unfortunately, next in this list is actually Jacob. He is going to, okay. Which one will he do? He has some tasty options. Okay,
Oh, no.
yeah, this one. Hang on. Just gotta open up this page. Cool. Okay, so what he's gonna do is, so he turns to the big belly and goes like, "Get him! I don't want him to leave. They can't know about this." And he's like, "Come on, you stupid blackheads, go get him!" And then he shouts out something in some strange language that none of you guys know, no matter how well you roll. Then Bella, your back's to him, so you don't know what's happening, but you hear some kind of sound. And what I am going to do is I'm going to ask you for a fun thing that we remember from D&D, which is a con roll, please.
Ooh, with the percentile.
Yeah.
Okay. What's my con? Oh, thank God. I rolled a 15 on a 40.
Oh, okay. That's very lucky. Okay. Excellent. All right. That's fine then. Nothing happens, but you do, however, so what you kind of experience for a moment, just a moment, is this sort of like whirling kind of like flurry around you. And you see sort of like these black flecks kind of like appear out of the air around you and try to like one by one try to attach themselves to you, but they kind of slough off. Yeah, actually, it's raining outside, just slightly. As you, by that point, because of your con score, you manage to like just like like there's flakes. Once they hit your skin, they become like goop that try to cling to you. They're trying to like, you can feel it just for a moment, try to wriggle towards like your mouth, your eyes. But then you manage to make it outside of that door. And the rain, like you just feel that it just it burns it away. It doesn't burn you, but it separates itself from you just enough to drop onto the ground. And that's what happens to you in that moment. And next up is Tilly.
Tilly's going to turn and run for the car.
I love this visual because this is basically a demon trying to attack Peter. And you're like, bye, which is very valid. So
I mean, I told them go.
Yeah, you're following instructions. That's valid. Okay, so what I'm going to get you to do is, hang on, just a moment. I'm just double checking something. Oh, you're going to move right. That's 8. Cool. All right. So, okay, yeah. So you're making your way back to the car. It's a little bit of distance. You won't make it in this round, but you're hightailing it. That's fair. Excellent. And now, okay. So after this, we have one of Jacob's pals. He did not meet, but he's fine. What's his name? Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, so the big burly man that was next to Jacob, as he was instructed, will hurtle towards Bella. And he would have... I'm just going to double check because I've actually got Bella. Your move rate's the same. So he would be able to try and catch up to you. So what he's going to do, he is going to take a swipe at you. So lovely, tall, previous footballer. He's going to take a swipe at you. So he has a very fun. He is just with his fists. That's great, no gun, but he has a very high brawl percentage. So let's see how he goes. Yeah, okay, cool. This is just a momento. He is going to hit. The thing is though, so with what he's basically attacking you, so what you can do is just a moment. Combat is pretty simple, but also in Call of Cthulhu. So he's attacking you. So what you can do, Bella, is you can try to you can attempt to dodge, fight back, or maneuver. So dodge means basically what you're doing is pretty much you'll roll contested against me. If again, basically if you're lower, you manage to dodge. If you're not, you're going to get hit. You can attempt to fight back, which means you can try to inflict some damage on this guy. Again, it's the same kind of thing. We both roll to see how we go. Or you can maneuver, which is like instead of inflicting damage, you can try to maneuver. So like you might try to like maneuvers. Basically, if you want to try and suplex someone, that's the most common use in Call of Cthulhu. But yeah, it'll be like your build versus this person. This guy is very big and broad and tall. I'm not telling you what to do, but
yeah, I don't think I have a lot of chances with a lot of things, and I just got it'll be a switchblade and a pair of heels. I will attempt to dodge.
All right. We'll see what we roll then.
So
Okay.
percentiles again?
Yes. Yeah. All right.
Oh no.
Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, he did roll a 6. What did you roll?
A 76.
Okay. Just a moment. You're gonna get walloped. Just one tick.
Oh.
Yeah, so just a moment. What's his damage bonus? Okay, cool. Fun. Alright, so here's our D6. Where's my D6? Where's my D6? There it is. Cool. You're gonna take 1 point of damage. Which is still not great for you. That's like 1 point of damage is comparable to you're gonna have a big bruise. We'll say, he's probably not just punching you on the shoulder because he's just trying to grab you, but punch. So yeah, big old shoulder punch. So that's what happens, unfortunately. And he just get back here.
Oh.
Yes. And next in initiative is Eugene.
Cool. So Eugene is going to scream their head off, and then shoot wildly at the demon thing.
Okay. Excellent. So, you should have your little attack scores for that. So you pretty much need to roll under, I believe, because you're using a firearm.
Yeah.
So you need to use firearms, handgun, or whatever, and see if you hit.
So with firearms, if we have a bracketed number on next to an unbracketed number on attacks, what is that?
Yeah, the bracketed number basically just means that it's the average percentage. So say I'm looking at Bella's, and hers is 20% because that's just the average ability to try and shoot.
So I've got under my revolver, it says I have 1 attack, or then there's a 3 in brackets.
I'm 3.
Yep. I rolled
Sure.
a 1. I rolled a 1.
That's incredible. I need to double check you 2 for that now. That's incredible.
I've been rolling so bad, and then.
Yeah, okay. Jeez, you were really shaken by this. Basically a demon attacking you. Okay.
Yeah, really, really scared, and then almost accidentally nails it.
Yeah, okay, so what you're gonna do then... Okay, cool. So extreme level of success. So that's basically max damage on your gun.
Sweet, so that's 8 damage.
And then max DB, roll weapon damage. So and then roll your weapon damage on top of that. And then you have 1 dice bonus. So basically, it's max damage, and then roll 2 of whatever your die. I presume a D6 possibly if you've got a revolver. I don't know what your gun is.
Apparently, guns fire multiple times with a single penetrating die for all shots. The gun table lists how many you can shoot in a round, but it's usually 3 per pistol.
Oh yeah,
It
depends on the gun.
Okay, I've got one that's a D8. I can make it a D6 if that's OP.
Yeah, no, you can do a D8, absolutely.
So do I roll the damage 3 times? Or I wasn't quite sure.
So you get full damage points, so an 8, and then plus they do 2 D8s. So.
Oh, okay. And then I roll a 1.
Yeah.
1.
Oh
so
no.
That's 10 damage.
Okay, cool. This creature is it just starts oozing not black blood, it's some kind of horrible green ichor. And basically it just shrieks in a horrible, which is even more horrifying because it doesn't have a face. As you look at it, as it does this, it's just this horrible shriek that just pierces through everyone's heads. And it flails around and turns to you, Eugene.
What is that thing? Get away!
Yeah, not great. And yeah.
Do you have a bracketed number of attacks, Eugene, for more shots?
I do, yes. I guess I can do an additional 2 attacks.
That
I rolled 2 7s.
Okay. Jeez.
I roll damage.
My god, okay. Alright. Roll damage again then.
4 damage.
Yeah, this creature just like so more green ichor oozes from it and it shrieks again as it says it's reaching for you, and it's just like the tail is like whipping, which now you can see is like a scorpion tail. It's like barbed and it nearly grazes you as it like falls towards you, but then it doesn't hit you, it just shunts and it's gone.
What was that? Did everyone see that? Eldon, are you okay?
You all saw that, yep.
Yep, yeah. Some sort of a demonic spectre is my best guess.
Eldon, it is your turn. Initiative now. Creature is gone.
Yeah,
Maybe.
The creature is gone, or appears to be gone. I am going to shoot at so I'm going to run while also shooting for the guy hulking over Belladonna.
Okie dokie.
You roll a 100 and hit me.
No,
You killed
no.
Belladonna.
I think if I roll a 100, the gun malfunctions and like breaks or something.
Yeah, it does. Misfires.
37, which I think misses. I'm aiming for 35.
Yeah,
but I get
misses.
3 shots.
Yep.
So going for a second. 70, miss.
Yep.
Come on. 22. Okay.
Okay, cool.
22,
Alright.
and this is a D10.
A D10, alright, see what you roll.
6.
A 6, excellent. What's his hit point? Oh, okay. So it does make him stagger for a moment. He just cries out for a bit. He looks back towards Jacob. And Jacob's like, keep going. And this is in bullet time. So that's what happens. And you are kind of at the point, it's difficult because you're trying to shoot as well. You don't get as far as Tilly has, but you get pretty pretty decent distance.
Yeah.
And then so bottom of initiative is a couple of more like that woman and a couple more very gaunt-faced looking addicts basically start to hurry out after Bella, but they don't get as far as her. Some of them even pause midway and kind of look back and then they're kind of no, we have to do this and hurry up. And so top of initiative is Bella again.
Running as fast as I can.
Yeah, that's fair.
I will willingly do a push for something if it means I can get out of this man's movement speed.
Yeah, definitely. If you want to, you can do a dex roll to just maneuver better. Yeah.
Watch me roll a 92.
Yeah, absolutely.
I rolled an 85, which is a success for me.
It's a difficult one. So yeah, you managed to cover quite a fair bit of distance. The car is in sight. Yeah. And you look hot while you're doing it, really hot.
Yeah. Oh, always.
You're dressed, your coat's gone down a little bit further while you're running.
And I'm but also covered in the remains of goo.
Yeah, black goo. Yep.
I'm also just stop arguing about if that was a demon or not and run, you stupid doctors!
Perfect. So next is my lovely boy Jacob. And he is going to, what's he gonna do? he like steps forward, like, you can't let them get away. And he's going to everyone except for Tilly's a bit further away. Eugene and Peter, if you do look back for a moment, you do see him. He again makes some kind of strange words, not in a language any of you guys have studied before or seen in anything. And he has he seems to make some kind of shape on the palm of his hand, and you can see a splattering of blood, and then some kind of energy seems to just shoot pass through some kind of dark shape, and it again, I would like you to have another Constitution roll, please, Bella. Please.
I mean, just for fun, can I roll occult to see if I recognize this as any sort of ritual I've read about?
You can, yeah.
3.
Okay, so 3. Firstly, for the Professor, this is magic you've read about. This is real magic. He's casting some kind of magic. Definitely some kind of occult magic, but it's magic.
Yup. Okay. Vindication and answers right at the end.
He's just looking at Eugene while he's running.
No, the oh shit is overwhelming the vindication feeling at the moment.
How did you go, Bella?
I rolled a 50 and my Constitution's a 40.
Oh!
Burn some luck. We're so close to the end. Burn some luck.
If you've got
I will burn some luck.
Yeah.
To not die potentially.
So again, it's weaker for some reason as the rain starts pelting down on everyone. But you can feel these black tendrils again, flakes, almost like ash, floating around you, and you kind of get a flash of a moment as it starts to again try to touch go on to you. There's a fair bit of skin on show here, so, and starts to cling to your body, and you start to get a couple of visions of something, some kind of past or some kind of future, possibly. You're not sure. You feel you see yourself as a child with your parents, and you're thinking of the first time you heard a singer sing a song, or the first time you heard about the talkies later on. And then you're using the lock for the phones? Yes. And then you see a moment forward of, it doesn't seem, there's just sirens sounding. Strange, not like a police. There's lights flashing, there's people racing out to do something. Sounds of gunfire. You're not sure what it is. It's not placeable for this current time anyway. But then your resolve pushes through it. The rain rains just that little bit harder and melts off the black that has been trying to seep through, has been trying to again slither to your mouth, to your eyes. And you feel the presence of this thing. You feel the presence of Jacob. His presence near you, even though you've already made fair distance away, and that pulls away, and you feel you're suddenly very aware of everyone around you running back to the car, bickering, screaming about basically a demon. And you suddenly, as you're running, you turn and this ichor just slouched to the ground. And as you're running, you turn back and you see out of the building, another great winged creature, like a demon, bursting out of that thing, silent except for the door thrown open, and another. And they circle around and they don't feel the same as that black. But there's a presence there. That's what happens, I'm going to tell you. As you're running, you're nearly the car.
Wasn't it?
Oh yeah, that was Jacob's turn. Yeah, true. Excellent. Tilly's turn now. You're pretty close to the car.
She's running for the car, and if she gets to it, she's gonna try and start it so that they can get the frick out of there.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. So what? Sorry, my apologies. I should have made notice of this. Oh yeah, drive auto.
Drive
Do you
auto?
have a yes. I will also give you can have advantage on that as well, please. Because it's an exciting moment.
Don't need it. That's a 19.
Oh my god! Yeah, you jump in and the car's like, not a safe driver. Thank you. Not as safe a driver as Eugene. It just roars to life. And you jump into that driver's seat and you have gotten the car started. Yeah, there you go. And Eugene, your turn.
Eugene's gonna like look at all these new demons, just like absolutely aghast, and just like, what's going on here? Oh, good, Bella, are you out? All right, we're out, and just start sprinting towards the car themselves.
Excellent. Yeah, you make a fair distance of the way. Excellent. So I haven't done Jacob's power yet. For this round, I believe. Yes. No, I haven't. Cool. All right. So he got shot by the professor. Not great. He then looked back at Jacob, and the Jacob sent him on further on. So he's going to run, but I believe because of your dex roll, he just doesn't manage to. The bullet wound that's hurting him.
Yeah, I was going to say, wasn't there something about him being staggered?
Yes, that's it. So the bullet wound, he is a lot slower. He isn't able to make up that ground. He's trying so hard, and it looks like an intensity. He needs to do this for Jacob, but he can't. You're too fast at this moment. And the professor, what would you like to do?
Am I close enough to the car to get there?
Yes, you would be.
I would have been about the same distance as Tilly.
Yes, so if you run, yes, you can definitely get to the car.
Yeah, I'm bolting for the car and just...
You hear this shrieking of these creatures that don't have any faces.
Yeah. How... Do I get... Because I saw how fast that creature moved before. Do I have, looking at where Bella is and where they are, do I get the feeling that she's going to be able to get to the car before they are able to?
That creature moved really fast. Like, so fast. You definitely don't get the feeling that she's going to be able to... She might be lucky enough to avoid them, but if these creatures are going to grab them...
In that case,
they might.
I'm unloading 3 shots.
Okay.
At the one.
Alrighty,
well,
good luck.
See. 56, so the first misses.
Shoots past. It's so
Second
fast.
misses.
It outmaneuvers you.
Third misses.
Okay, yep, they shriek. They're angry. And yeah, that's what happens in that one. We're back up to the top. It's Bella's hang on. I'll just roll. What do these guys do? Some of the other little minions, they keep trying to hurry, but they're so slow. They're much slower than any of you guys. They're not able to catch up. Some of them even just stop. They look out of breath. They're exhausted. Some of them, you might have also noticed as you've been running, some of them have a similar kind of where the people that saw Jacob cast the spell, some of them have little like red markings on their hands as they try to reach out, but they can't, of blood, but they can't reach out. They're too slow. And Bella, your turn.
I would like to do another push to try and make it to the car.
Yes, excellent.
So another dex push?
Yeah, so you're pretty much nearly there by the car by this point. So yeah, another dex push. If you can get there, you should be able to get to the car.
That's an 83, which does in fact beat a 90. So
Okay, so we
I was
just...
about to say, if you'd failed that, it would be bad.
Yes.
Okay, so you managed to make it to the car. Inexplicably. Yeah, you make it to the car.
Yep.
You can jump in.
I dive into the car and I'm like, Eugene!
So we have to...
Go!
Yes, and by this point, we'll try one last one. So Jacob is going to look up at the because he's next in initiative. Because I believe everyone except for Eugene now is in the car. Was the professor gotten it? Yes, he has.
Yeah.
Jacob looks up at the creatures circling in the sky, and he again makes a different kind of different words that you can't pass. And then he's like, and then he just points to the car, and he
I have a weird pitch.
Yeah.
Given Peter's background and what he studies,
Yes.
and the fact that he has now seen this sigil consistently on each of these beings' hands, could I essentially react, scribble it on a page in my notebook, and try to just hold it out, almost like a kind of interference or counterspell kind of thing?
You can try. It will be a luck roll.
A luck roll.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it will be it'll, even if you get a really great luck roll, it might not mean a success, but it might make it less bad. We'll see.
67, that's not going to do it.
Okay, so yeah, they don't, you felt this creature scream in your head. You didn't feel it, but Bella did feel it. She felt that presence of Jacob when he's been trying to cast a spell on her. You don't feel Peter as you see him trying to do this. Okay, so I am... Alright, I am going to have Eugene, before you do your turn, because these creatures are very fast, I want you to do a luck roll for me.
Okay. I got a 90. That's not going to do it.
Oh no, your rolls!
I'm only good at shooting.
Shooting and medicine.
That's fair. Okay, alright,
How far is Eugene from the car?
Not that far.
Not that far.
So I will allow Tilly is before Eugene in their move, if Tilly can do something quickly. But otherwise, the creatures, whatever they are, start to swoop down at Eugene because they're the closest.
Yeah.
And they're going to try and pick you up.
Can Tilly kind of try and swerve the car down to try and get to Eugene?
Absolutely, and if the professor and Bella work together on something like a dex or some kind of maneuver or a group luck roll, if you want to try and grab Eugene and get them in, or throw the door open, whatever you guys describe, I will let you roll for that as well.
Yep.
Can I pitch me giving
Yes.
Belladonna help on a dex roll?
Yes, so just how would you guys try to do this? So Tilly is swinging this car around towards Eugene as fast as you. Yeah. Oh, and I would like you to do the car
one?
drivey skill. Yeah.
The drive one.
The drivey drive one.
Okay. I'm gonna call out to Eugene and say Eugene, heads up!
Bella is going to throw open the car door as we're swerving, and she's also going to press herself against the back of the front seats. So Eugene has a clear path to jump in, but she's also going to reach out with one hand to grab for them and pull them in.
Right.
Is that
That's-
advantage on a luck roll for me?
Yes.
Luck,
Yes.
luck or dex?
Dex roll.
Dex?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would like Eugene to do another luck roll, please. And how did you go, Tilly?
That's a 9 for driving the car.
Yeah, you're a pro. You should like not. You should stop being like a.
Be a race car
reporter.
driver.
You should be a race. You could, if not, like a reporter or race car driver in another life. How did you go, Bella? And then how did Eugene go on luck?
That's an 11.
Holy
Bella.
crap! Yeah, you make a very good opening for Eugene.
I also got an 11.
You can't write this. Okay, so these creatures that are so fast, they have incredible skills. They're actually, I'll tell you some stuff later, but they dive bomb you. But in that one split moment, you're basically one of your old maybe friends and your new friends. Tilly slams her foot down the car, just like with the grace of a race car driver, manages to just swerve in on, like, it's not a flat like surface. This is like hurtling up over, like, you know, some pretty uneven like grass and muck as this rain is pouring down by this point. And Eugenie, you turn and you see this one moment as Bella throws the car door open, throws her hand out, and with that one moment, you take that one chance in this terror as these creatures are raining down, as this magic is happening, and you grab Bella's hand and she pulls you in, and Tilly swerves around and you hurtle down the road. And you hear this incredible screeching. Again, you know there's no faces. There's yelling of people. Not Jacob. He's quiet as you drive away, as this kind of crappy car of Eugene's is driven as hard as it has been probably its entire life since they've had it. And the night sky, the moon rises over the night sky, the rain pelts down, and you hear this incredible quiet as this quiet that's so loud at the same time, and as these creatures soar after you, but then as the moon rises and the rain pelts down, they stop. And you can't hear them now. And anyone who might look behind to see who isn't just celebrating the fact that they're alive right now, you haven't stopped the black, not yet, but you're alive. Anyone who might look back, see the creatures are just waiting. And then they return back to the slaughterhouse. But it's quiet. Wherever Tilly drives, I don't know where, they don't turn up. But you're all alive. Congratulations. What do your characters do as you're driving back once you can breathe again?
Peter, while he
this insane adventure.
While he can remember, he is just like compulsively like trying to write down, like draw the symbol with as much detail as possible. Right, like about the gestures that Jacob was doing.
Yeah, we had to research that later.
Yeah. And possible pitch for any future one-shots, which I'll
certainly
talk to you about afterwards.
So you're writing furiously. You've seen magic. You've seen a man who looked like a normal man for the glimpse you saw of him cast magic. You've seen demons. You've survived a demon. And you've got notes to make.
Mm-hmm.
Who else?
Eugene is just trying to treat their own shock, so they're just like going through their doctor's bag, and they probably ask someone like, "Can I borrow a coat? I need it. It's for shock. You need to be poor." And then kind of like muttering things like,
There's a lot of titties on display now.
Oh, thank you. I like the coat. I would wear it normally. Okay, so it could be like mass hallucinations they've occurred. It could be some kind of gas that happened that can mess with the mind. So just kind of rambling on that way, trying to comfort themselves. Cool. After this, I might send a telegram to someone who may be able to deal with the problem.
Possibility. Who can see? But I'm sure it was just a hallucination. There'll be a rational explanation for it. It'll be fun. You've gotten through some pretty bad situations. You've caused some pretty bad situations, though not through your own will. You might be fine. We'll see. At the moment, you're alive and you're in the car with maybe some friends.
Tilly does sort of say over her shoulder, I think you should definitely contact your friends.
Yes, I will do that. They can look into it and either solve it or, maybe that'll be a problem that will be solved.
Well, I don't know about any of y'all, but I could use a fucking drink.
I wouldn't say no.
I know a man who owes me 3 fingers of whiskey. I'll direct you. And through her own personal horror and shock, she will lead them to the nearest speakeasy.
Yes, and so we round out Tilly. You were basically a badass in this. Basically, you were clear-headed the entire time. You saw demons twice and were fine. Even when one attacked and nearly swooped up the professor, you were okay. You have a notebook full of things. You have a lot of threads to write. This is quite possibly the scoop of the century. But it all depends on how you want to use it and who you want to tell. You know many more things about everyone here that you have not revealed yet. And that's all going to remain in your notebook for now. And Bella, you're about to head to one of your favorite speakeasies and absolutely try to get the 3 fingers of whiskey out of one of your friends, your barman, whichever. Has this adventure particularly brought you any closer to your eventual lofty goals of your place where you deserve to be? Maybe. Maybe not. Either way. It'll certainly be something the papers to write about, and I'm sure the whiskey will definitely help soothe the experience you've had in the close encounter with death and something beyond that. And with Jacob and his men, that who knows what will happen. At least for now, you guys are going to go and kick back a good drink. And with that, to quote a great man, I'm going to say that's where we're going to leave it for tonight. Thank you very much for joining me. I hope you enjoyed this. This was an interesting little adventure. There were a lot of interesting avenues that were explored and a lot that were learned. So anyone who listened to this and was intrigued by this, I hope you enjoyed it. Please. I definitely recommend checking out it's Doors to Darkness. It's again not sponsored but by KSDM. Again, I run quite a rules-ish light with Call of Cthulhu just because it's a narrative-based thing. It's a lot to get through. This one could easily take multiple sessions. But yeah, so definitely check it out. We might see where these investigators go in the future. Either way, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you have a happy Halloween or Samhain or whatever you're enjoying this time of the year. Please be good to yourself. Take care. And thank you very much to Darby, Emily, Joe, and Zoe for your wonderful characters. I really enjoyed meeting them for a short while, and I hope I get to see them again soon. But yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, and thank you to Laura for being the keeper of the arcane lore this evening.
Yes.
Thank you for entrusting me somewhat with your poor investigators. Thank you very much. I hope you all have a great week, and sorry for listening.
Sorry for listening.
Goodbye.
So weird.